right. All right, peace. Everything should be good now. The audio should be where it needs to be. So let me just turn this down. All right. So the audio issue should be fixed at this point. But let me just verify right now. Let me verify that the audio is good. Let's see. All right, the audio should be good. All right, here we go. So I want to welcome everyone to the live stream. For those watching in the moment, or those who will watch this in the future. Yeah, the audio should be good now. So we're good. Yeah, everything should be just fine. All right. So the topic of today is advance your lingo. Words are the key to reality. So let me give you the foundation as to where I'm coming from with this and provide some type of analysis. What's up, Saturnine? Cosmic? Peace. So when it comes to advancing your lingo, lingo is just short for linguistics. So we just want to make this perfectly clear. Lingo is short for linguistics. And if we want a proper definition for linguistics, Let me open up the dictionary right now so we can have a proper definition, so that we are all on the same page here, so we can see where I'm going with this. So give me a second. I'm going to pull up a dictionary the definition right from a dictionary. So all I did was Google the definition, so everyone should be able to see this same definition. So the definition says, linguistics, the scientific study of language in its structure. The study or the scientific study of language in its structure. We don't have to go any further than that, because that essentially embodies the whole message. It is a scientific study of language in the structure. So what makes the study scientific? What makes the study scientific is that it must follow some type of scientific method. Because when something does not follow the scientific method, it is deemed pseudoscience. So the difference between something being scientific or pseudoscience is it is following some type of scientific method, meaning it can be repeated in a laboratory. It's not something that just happens one time, or it's not something random. So we're not talking about randomality. We're not talking about coincidence. We're not necessarily speaking about synchronicity. We're keeping it purely scientific. And in order to keep something purely scientific, it must be based or rooted in mathematics. There can be no scientific study without it being rooted in mathematics. And this is why it is said mathematics is the language of the universe. Which we all know by now. However, what we're doing here is understanding why that is. Because at this point, we should all know this anyway. I don't really care to repeat the same things over and over again. I don't really care to speak to people like they're just now getting started with their spiritual path. I'm sure if you watch me, you've been down for quite some time. You have already conducted experiments. You kind of already know how the game goes. So there's no need to explain the basics. There's no need to act like we don't know what this is already. So what we are here to establish is, how do you make your linguistics based in science and mathematics? Because when you do that, that is an example of advancing your lingo, making your words more scientific and mathematically based. The reason I bring this up is this is what will separate you from everyone else who claims to be spiritual, religious, or whatever title that they choose to use. Because this is what they're not doing. Just peep game. Just look around. Everybody's a life coach now. Everybody's an influencer. Everybody feel like they, got their own niche in the spiritual community, which is absolutely fine. However, what we lose now that essentially spirituality has become mainstream, what we have lost, because I've been around the whole goddamn time, so I've seen it. So I'm not speaking about something I have not observed with my own eyes. So I see everything that's going on because I was around before any of this was popular. So I've seen this become, you can say, over the top, to the point where anybody just gets on YouTube or social media and expresses their values, their principles, their opinions, and all that's perfectly fine. All that is a part of freedom of speech. You have the ability to express yourself however you choose. So this is not a video or a live stream speaking about what you should do or what everybody should do. This is more so for those who are, you don't really get too much from. You can say spirituality is it as it is in its 2022 form. So let me say it that way. Spirituality in a 2022 form, it don't hit the same. Versus, you can say, going back 10 years ago, it was all new to a lot of people. It was fun, it was exciting, versus now, it's like all over the place. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just a result of everyone coming from their own perspective. Everyone is sharing their exclusive or unique reality. However, when you personalize, you miss the universal principles. What do I mean by that? Meaning, when we speak from a subjective point of view, that does not include the objective point of view. It's the objective point of view that makes something scientific or mathematical. And this is my whole point. You must not strictly operate from the subjective. You must also operate from the objective. Because when you operate from the objective, the science and the mathematics makes sense. For example, you can speak to a person and what you're saying to them makes no sense to them because they may not be on your level. You may not be on their level. There are many things that stops people from accepting the words that come out of our mouth. We have all experienced this. We have all experienced trying to teach or trying to inform people, and they are simply not receptive to what you are saying. It does not matter how truthful or how honest, how much evidence, how many books you can show and prove your perspective, because it's not about any of that. It all comes down to linguistics. And this is why I'm here making this point. Meaning, it does not matter how far or how deep you go into your studies to find your personal truth. That truth is for you and you alone. The world has nothing to do with your personal truths. They are only valid to you and your reality. But the moment we try to speak to other people about our personal truth, it does not guarantee that they will see it the same way that you see it. And the reason for that is once again, linguistics. So I can speak about synchronicity all I want. I can speak about astrology, Kabbalah, tarot, numerology. I can speak about all these things all I want. That does not guarantee that the receiver of the information can comprehend what is being said to them, because they may not have came to the same conclusions you have arrived at, even if they are conducting the same experiments. Meaning one person's reality who may be in Aries, it may not match another person's perspective who may be in Aries as well. And we know that because of the degrees. A 26 degree Aries is going to be different than a 27 degree Aries, even though it's still within the same 30 degrees of Aries. Those degrees matter because those degrees are based in mathematics. So when you include the mathematical perceptions of what it means to be a 26th degree, a 27th degree, a 3rd degree, a 5th degree, a 10th degree, then you begin to understand, oh, this is what makes everyone different. It's not enough that you know what a person's zodiac sign is. Because if we are deep in the game now, we understand, okay, you literally will have, you can say 30 different, you can, let me put it this way. You can have 30 different manifestations of one sign. So if there are 30 different manifestations of one sign, and that goes for any of the 12 zodiac, that means you can be in a room full of Aries, Leos, or whatever zodiac sign. It can be a room full of people who fall under the same sign. And even if you get to the exact degrees, it may be a couple people with the same degrees. Okay, you got a bunch of, not a bunch of, or a couple people with the same degrees. That still doesn't make them the same people, because their ascendant and their moon sign will also be different. So even if they had the same degrees via their sun sign, they're not going to have the same degrees when we include the ascendant and when we include the moon sign. So even in a room full of people with the same zodiac sign, most likely they're going to have a different ascendant and they're going to have a different moon sign. And if they had the same ascendant and the same moon sign, it would be a different degree. So the odds of finding somebody or meeting somebody with the same degrees as you, the same sun, moon, and ascendant degrees, is probably not going to happen. And the reason that won't happen is due to mathematics, is due to probability. The probability of that happening is over 1,000,000 to 1. It's like a trillion to 1. Like the odds is more people than actually on the planet. Let me say that differently. If it's only about 6 billion people on the planet and the odds go into the trillions, that means the odds are greater than the total population of the planet Earth. Which means the only way to comprehend those exact degrees, or the only way for someone else to comprehend your degrees, is through experimentation, invocation, evocation. If a person is not performing invocation or evocation to understand how the universe works, which we do through studying the planets and the zodiac, the numbers, the symbols, so on and so forth. If a person is not actively doing that, there is no way for them to comprehend who you are, or the essence of who anyone else is, or what's happening in reality as a whole. Because again, this takes mathematics and science, which is what magic is. Anyone who tells you that magic is not based in mathematics and science, they're not being honest. Because that's all magic is. It's just mathematics and science has many different degrees. And some of those degrees are not tangible to the naked eye. So it appears to be magical, meaning it appears to be going beyond mathematics and science, but it really does not. So if we are not thinking mathematically and scientifically, you cannot say that you are thinking magically. Because in order to perform magic, you need math. Whatever symbol that you decide to draw or work with, that's geometry. That's a form of mathematics. So whenever we look at any type of mathematical or magical ability, you have to break it down scientifically. However, this is not fun to do. I'm going to be honest. This is not exciting. This is not fun. It takes a lot of time that you can be doing something else with. Which is why many people nowadays who's trying to do their own thing and be master teachers. What's up, DJ Dean? I'm glad you back. Nah, I ain't went nowhere. I just decided to not speak on the craziness anymore. That's really all it was. Meaning, I didn't want to speak about school shootings. I didn't want to speak about politics. I'm like, all I'm doing is promoting poverty consciousness. See, this is the conclusions I arrived at, or I came to. Meaning, like, I can't do what everyone else is doing. I just simply can't do it. Because I'm not being useful if I do that. What use am I serving if all I'm doing is talking about the negative aspects of reality? If I'm just speaking about how fucked up the world is, how things need to change, how we're still in slavery, so on and so forth. I'm like, none of that is useful. So if we're talking about the past weeks, we know what's been going on if we have been paying attention to the news. And then I'm not going to say, well, spirit suggested. It just stopped making sense to me. I'm like, I'm not going to promote poverty consciousness. Me promoting or me giving energy to all of these ridiculous events in the world, I am not being useful, because that doesn't help. Me explaining why a school shooter did what they did doesn't help. Me explaining why the government is raising inflation. Everything that we know that's going on is hitting everybody's pocket, so we all feel it. But it's not useful if that's as far as it goes. So I decided not to speak about it. I'm like, I'm not going to even get into it. Instead, I decided to get deeper into science and mathematics, which is how I arrived at this conclusion. I arrived at this conclusion because when it comes to being conscious, especially here in America, a large part of consciousness came from Islam. Not the religion of Islam, the lifestyle of Islam. What do I mean by that? All we have to do is go back to the 1930s with Elijah Muhammad and W.D. Farad, or Master Farad Muhammad, in Detroit, Michigan. And I'm not speaking about being a Muslim, because Islam is mathematics. So I want to clear that out. So I'm not speaking about the religion of Islam. I am speaking about the mathematical reality of Islam. Islam is just another way of saying mathematics. That's all it is. It's just another way of saying math. It just has evolved into this religious connotation. So when we think about Islam, we think about a person making salat. You know, we think about a Muslim. But this is just recent. This is recent history. This is not how it has always been. This is just how it is now. This is why it's hard for people to truly comprehend the secret sciences. Because honestly, the secret sciences is veiled within religion. What's up, Morbid Clown? What's up, Montu? So what I'm saying is, we have all came to the conclusion, okay, the Bible is a book of spells. Yes, you can take it on face value, but you know there's deeper chambers to that book. We can say the same thing about the Quran. We can say the same thing about the Torah, the Dead Sea Scrolls, so on and so forth. Any of these ancient texts, the Book of the Dead, any of these ancient texts, you can say the Gnostic texts, or the Gnostic Bible, the Nag Hammadi Library. It don't matter what direction we go in. What's up, the Nubian hippie? It does not matter what direction we go in. We're going to come to the same conclusions. Meaning there is something mathematical and something scientific about these secret sciences. It's not just someone making this up from their personal perspective, which is going back to my original point. We all have the ability to come to a personal perspective or a personal conclusion as to what we think magic is, what we think the occult is. But if we do not level it with actual facts, we will lose ourselves. And honestly, that's what we see out here now. Just look around. Like I said, everyone's a master teacher now. And honestly, they can have it. Because as I was saying before, I took my break. The goal is to be a master healer, not a master teacher. But we wouldn't know that if we just limit ourselves to the Western perspective. Because the Western perspective only takes you to the 33rd degree. And the reason it goes to the 33rd degree, we know that that has an association with Masonry. Because the highest degree in Masonry is the 33rd degree. So even with numerology, in the West, the 33rd degree represents the master teacher. The true masters are being silent. It's not that the true masters are being silent. They're just healing. They're just evolving. They have came to the realization that that's a phase that you go through. That is not the end goal. The end goal is not to be an influencer, a teacher. But again, you can't tell anyone else this. And honestly, you shouldn't, because everyone has to go through their degrees. Everyone has to go through their degrees. The 11th degree, the 22nd degree, the 33rd degree, and the 44th degree. Everyone has to go through their degrees. The problem is thinking that the master teacher is the last degree. And that's essentially what we see the most of. And this is my point. There are more so-called master teachers than master healers. And the reason that is because here in the West, the 33rd degree is the last degree. It's not till you go to the East that you discover, oh, there's another degree that I must master, which is the master healer. How does one become a master healer? So this is what I'm saying. Here we go. So we're getting somewhere now. So I'm just giving you the broad picture here as to why everyone wants to cloud up, why everyone wants a following, everyone wants followers. Everyone wants to clout nowadays. Everyone is sharing their perspective. And like I said, that's all peace. It's just when you cap yourself as if that is the last thing you're supposed to be doing, then we have situations where it ends up inverting. The reality becomes inverted, or if we want to call it perverted. The reality ends up getting inverted when you think you have reached the end when you're really only beginning. And I know this from experience. I'm like, okay, when I thought I was big and bad, when I thought I was doing something, when I thought I was doing some teaching, because I've done like 1,000 videos here. So over the course of making 1,000 videos, I'm like, okay, yeah, my head probably got a little big. Okay, yeah, I know what I'm talking about now. Until I realized, okay, well, I actually have more degrees to go. I had to take a step back myself, the one who has been putting in the work. And I'm like, oh, I have to check myself now. Because who's going to check me? Who's going to check you when you know that you're God? When you know that you are the goddess, who can check you? And we see a lot of this. We have people that becomes they're impossible to, you can say, it's not that we even have to check anybody. It's just about checking yourself, which takes a lot of strength because you have to realize your faults. You have to realize you are not who you thought you were. Let me give you a secret degree. Let me make this a little bit more interesting. A secret degree is everything that you have built yourself up to be must be destroyed. Everything that you built yourself up to be, meaning in your journey of becoming God, in your journey towards becoming the goddess or the earth, we go through degrees in our journey towards realizing our godhood. We have to go through degrees. Then you reach a stage where everything you have built becomes false, to the point where now you have to destroy it. So now your godhood actually has to be destroyed. You see how that works? So you see, we begin to see. That's why it's called a secret degree. Meaning you're not going to see that on the world stage. You're not going to see people like, damn, I done built up this whole image. Now I need to completely change. We don't see that too often. How often do you see people changing their names? How often do you see people changing what they refer to themselves as? We don't see this too often. Yes, we see it, but not often. Not often do we see people on the world stage who decide to destroy everything that they have built and completely restart, hit the reset button. You see how that works? Because if you are afraid to hit the reset button, now you are dealing with attachment. Now you're going in the opposite direction of where you thought you were going. Because you are actually not even supposed to be attached to your godhood. You see how that works? But you can't tell people that now, can you? Like, you actually are not supposed to be attached to you being God. That's not the ultimate degree. That is a degree to go through. Yes, we all must come to this realization, but then you realize, oh, it's not for me to build up another ego, because most people had egos before they were claiming godhood. Let's just be honest here. A lot of people that claim God, a lot of women that claim goddess already had egos before they even came into any knowledge. And all the knowledge did was inflate the ego instead of destroying the ego. If your realization that you are the God of your reality, if that made you more egotistical, then you're missing the point. If being God doesn't humble you, you're missing the point. But again, you're not going to hear too many people say that. But again, this is a secret degree. Because one attachment is not better than the other. You are constantly evolving. It's great to see here. It's just a matter of when you work with the divine feminine, see, me being the masculine, I had to go into the feminine to truly understand the fullness of myself. Every man has to do this. Every woman has to go into their masculine. So the deeper I go into my feminine, the more I realize, like, oh, this is an illusion. Like, oh, I have built an illusion for myself. But that illusion is based on falsehood. Meaning, me coming to the realization that I'm God doesn't make me better or worse than anyone else. Just because I may know certain things that other people may not know doesn't make me better. Doesn't give me an excuse to take advantage of these people. If anything, I'm required to not necessarily help people to understand their godhood, but to destroy it. You see how that works? I'm really only here to destroy God. I'm not here to build God. You see how that works? But we already know that if we study supreme mathematics, when you go to the 8th degree, the number 8, it is build or destroy. So we already know that. You can either build or destroy. So while everybody is building up their godhood, I'm destroying mine. Because I realize, oh, the goal is to go to the 44th degree, to be the master healer. What does it mean to be the master healer? That means you are a servant for others. You're not just a servant, you are the greatest servant. That's what makes you a master healer. When you have that master in front of anything, but let's decode that. Because now we have to go to supreme alphabets, the supreme alphabets. We have to go to the 13th letter. The 13th letter is the letter M, and M stands for master. So in order to understand master, we must understand that 1 and that 3. In order to understand that 1 and that 3, we have to go back to supreme mathematics. Well, what is the 1? The 1 is knowledge. What is 3? 3 is understanding. So this means a master is not just someone who knows, but someone who understands. You see how that works? It's not enough to know. You must understand what you know. And when you add that 1 and that 3, that takes you to the number 4. And what's 4? Culture. A master has knowledge and understanding of their culture. That's what makes somebody a master. You see how the numbers work? So in order to qualify yourself as a master of anything, you must be cultured. And the way to get cultured is not just knowing the thing, you must understand it. Understanding just means you know something in and out. You know the internal and the external. So you're not just looking at the outside, you're also looking at the inside of a thing, a perspective, a situation, an event, whatever it may be. You're not just looking at the surface, you're also looking beyond the surface. That's what it means to understand something. That means you must go underneath it and then stand over it. Understand, that means there's a downward motion, then an upward motion. You must go down under in order to stand, which is an upward motion, to stand upright. What does that mean to be on your square? You must be upright upon your square. And what is a square? A square has 4 sides. And we know the number 4 takes you to culture. The 4 sides stand for the 4 elements: fire, water, air, earth. So to qualify yourself as a master, that means you are a master of the elements, the 4 elements. And of course we have a 5th element, which is spirit. But if we're talking about the physical elements, that is what it means to be a master. So then when you put something on front of a master, whether it's the master builder, the master teacher, the master healer, or the master seer, once we understand what it means to be a master, then we apply what comes in front of that master. Now you have a complete perspective of what you're dealing with. That's the difference between just being a healer and being a master healer. So you can say anyone can heal. You can heal with your words. When you speak, you can heal with your words. So essentially everybody has the potential to be a healer just by manipulating the elements. So anybody can heal by manipulating the elements. That's alchemy. To create elixirs. To create medicines. You can say your normal doctor is a healer. Your normal nurse is a healer. Because they understand how to make concoctions that help people to feel better. They cause a person to be in a more, I don't even want to say higher or lower consciousness. That's a little bit too mundane. Because there's this idea of high, okay, we need to stay in high vibrations or low vibrations. Even that's flawed. That's a flawed reality. What do I mean by that? Like if a person says high vibes only, you know that the highest vibration appears as chaos. What do I mean by that? Certain levels of light cannot be perceived. Certain levels of light cannot be perceived. We have the visible spectrum of light going from red to purple, infrared to purple. Infrared to ultraviolet, basically, if we want to be technical about it. Infrared to ultraviolet. That is a spectrum of light that we can perceive. But there are more levels of light that we cannot perceive. Not with the naked eye, not without training the naked eye, at least. And we see this training is when we begin to realize, like, okay, well, it's not about being in high vibrations, because that leads to chaos. Because you're going to begin to perceive things you don't understand yet. That's why you must go low. You see how that works? You can't just go high, higher. Try smoking too much weed. We can use a practical example. Try smoking too many cigarettes. Try to get higher and higher and higher. You know what's going to happen? You're going to find chaos. You're going to get to a point where you're like, oh shit, I can barely even stay in my body. My spirit is ready to leave my body. If you do too much, you're going to feel sick. You may even throw up. You may feel nauseous if you do too much of so-called getting high, because the highest levels will cause you to leave your physical shell. However, when we're speaking about low vibrations or lower vibrations, which everybody is trying to avoid, because we're okay, well, low vibrational people are negative, or negative people, so on and so forth, right? What most of us miss is it was never about other people. It was always about you. What happens when you are vibing low? Because when you vibe low, that doesn't mean that what we see other people doing, that's what you're going to do. Meaning you at your lowest form does not equate to someone else at their lowest form. Because your lowest form, you may actually start developing your psychic abilities. You see how that works? Nobody's going to tell you that, are they? What's up, Oshun? What do I mean by that? Well, your lower self is actually where you develop your psychic abilities, Why? How do we know that? Because that's your unconscious mind. Your unconscious mind is your lower self, not your higher self. But it's in your unconscious mind that you develop your psychic abilities, not your higher self. You see how that works? That's why we have the three outer planets of Uranus, Neptune, then Pluto. So anything high vibrational, you can say that's Uranus. Anything low vibrational, that's Neptune. Then that stillness becomes Pluto. Between high and low, that center point becomes Pluto. So you see, all I use is the mathematics and the science to come to original conclusions that you're not going to hear from other people, because they haven't went this deep. How can you go this deep when you feel like you God of the universe and can't nobody tell you shit? You're not trying to go deep. You're still trying to go higher. You see how that works? Everybody's trying to go higher and higher. Then they realize, or then they wonder why they meet chaos. You see how that works? Yeah, be as high vibrational as you want to the point where you have to meet chaos, which forces you to go low. You see how that works? So you smoke too many cigarettes, you smoke too much weed, you lose your consciousness, and what happens after that? You go low. You go into your lower self. You go into a sleep state. You go into a stillness state. You go into a meditative state, which is all dealing with the unconscious mind, which is where you find your lower self, which we classify as hell. So this means that Your high vibrational ass is actually going to the stairway of hell because you think going upwards is the right way. Because we've been listening to everybody else spewing their madness, not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. How would they know? You have to kill your ego before you start learning the real truth. You see how that works? You have to destroy yourself. Whoever you thought you were, everything that you have built yourself up to be must be destroyed in order for you to comprehend what's real. Because something real cannot be created or destroyed. We know energy works like this, right? If energy cannot be created or destroyed, and the true essence of who and what we are is energy, that means we are indestructible. That means we are a combination of high and low vibes. That means you can destroy yourself mentally and resurrect from a mental death. So that's why when people say that they're conscious, that's just the first degree. That's just knowledge. That's the number one. That means you acknowledge who and what you are and what's going on around you. That's the first degree. That's why it's called knowledge of self. Knowledge of self is the first degree. It ain't the last degree. You see how that works? People think that they got to the end game because they got knowledge of self. That's just the starting point. You see how that works? That's why when I give my opinion, I still have to back it up with math and science. I can't just give my opinion and not show you how I arrived at this conclusion. But you see, it takes time to do this. You see, we done been live almost a fucking hour. And I'm just trying to explain things. Sometimes it takes this long to explain things, which is why it'd be hard for me to make short content or short videos. I'm like, how in the fuck am I going to explain something in 5 minutes? It's possible, but it's not easy to do. Because if you're really trying to open up chambers, it's going to take a lot longer than that. But we are in an age of social media, and social media is dominated by short form content. But what are we really getting in 5 minutes or even 1 minute? If we're talking about fucking TikTok and shit, it's really 1 minute. What can you really get in 60 seconds? Something that's everlasting. Something that's everlasting is going to take a little more than 60 seconds to comprehend. Which is why I say knowledge of self is only the first degree. Knowledge is the first degree. You got 9 more degrees to master. But who wants to hear that, right? Who wants to hear that everything that they have built up to be is actually false? Who wants to hear that? Who is willing to destroy everything that they have actually built? Not too many people. But that's how you know, attachment has taken over what you thought you were, to the point where now you can't manifest your true self. Because your true self requires a sacrifice. The sacrifice of who you think you are, your false self. Your false self is a sacrifice in order to remain in the consciousness, because you're not creating, again, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So you're not creating a higher self or a lower self. You're more so just tuning in to various degrees of who and what you are. So you can say we all contain 360 degrees, but we are not accessing all of those 360 degrees at the same time. But those 360 degrees are a part of you nonetheless. So we're just perceiving points at a time, which we call the 10 planets. So of those 360 degrees, Those 10 planets in our natal chart are just emphasizing 10 points or 10 degrees. So of those 360 degrees, the main influences become the planets, which are just 10 points. Is our true self nothing, but at the same time everything, in your opinion? So this goes back to the idea of energy. If we cannot create or destroy energy, then there's no such thing as what we call nothing. When we say nothing, we know that nothingness is actually fullness, which is why you say, but at the same time everything, because we know nothing is everything. What do I mean? You can have an empty cup, but you see, that's a false reality now, isn't it? Let me give you the perfect example of this. Just take an empty cup, and the average person looking at this empty cup is going to say, well, that cup is empty, but we know damn well, no, that cup is full of energy. Not only is this cup or this glass full of energy, it's actually full of energy that can actually fuck some shit up, that we call nuclear energy. There's all type of subatomic particles that can be harnessed, and you can actually do some damage with it. So this is why when we speak about the true self versus the false self, the false self more so is, because when we say the ego is created, the ego is more so generated. We're not necessarily creating things, we're generating things. You see how that changes everything? Let's just be honest here. How can we be creators if energy can't be created? But nobody want to ask these questions though. How can you be a creator if energy cannot be created? So what creation are you doing? You can't create. Because what are you creating from? If you say you're creating from energy, well, energy can't be created or destroyed, so what are you creating from? What qualifies you to be a creator if energy cannot be created? So you see why we have to ask these questions that nobody wants to ask, because it destroys their false reality. You see how that works? You see, the deeper we dig into these mysteries, the more you realize, like, damn, everything that I built up is not real. I'm actually not a creator. I'm more so of a generator. That's deep with generating along guidelines. Okay, then, so you see, fuck being a creator. You're not a creator. That's just not the nature of energy. It's not because I'm saying it. The nature of energy does not require creation or destruction. But what it does require is generation. That's why we call these generations, right? But you see, that's a whole nother topic. Generation X, the millennials, Generation Z, Generation Alpha. Why do we classify these generations? But you see, that's more reality. If everybody can be classified into a generation, what the fuck are we really saying there? You see how it just goes over most people's heads? You're a part of a generation. What the fuck does that mean, though? If you're Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, what the fuck does all that mean? Why are you not the creator Y, the creator X, the creator Z, if we're all creators? Because we're not creators, we're generators. We generate reality because we know Maya is fake. If the false reality is called Maya, that means the false reality is a generation. It's not a creation, it's a generation. How do we also know this? Because when you dream or when you astral project, many people don't know, but you actually generate an etheric double. Go look it up. Don't take my fucking word for it. Look it up. Etheric double. Well, what difference does that make? Because there are some people that believe this is why people don't astral project, why people don't astral travel, why they consider it evil, because they feel like if you do that, you're leaving your body open for demonic influence. Because now, you're astral traveling or you're astral projecting and you're just somewhere, then you're just leaving your body open for influence. But when you realize, like, no, you're actually not empty. Your consciousness generates an etheric double. And that etheric double is what causes the astral projection and the astral traveling, meaning your body is always occupied. It's never empty. Not ever. So whenever you want to advance your consciousness, you create an etheric double. And you see how I use create? But no, you don't create, you generate an etheric double. I appreciate that disorder. So I'm just giving examples. Real examples of this is actually what's going on here. And how so many people are just all over the fucking place. And there's nothing wrong with it. Everybody is on their journey. This is just more so for those who are advanced. Don't get caught up in thinking that you're the creator of things when you're here to generate things. You are a part of a generation. You're not a part of a creation. You're part of a generation. That's really what makes us different, is the generation we are a part of. It's not what we create. The reason I'm bringing all this up is, if we are generating things versus creating things, that means the process of generation mimics creation. What do I mean by that? How does generation mimic creation? Because the only time we really hear about creation is really about the creation of man or mankind, the creation of the Adam and Eve. Right? That's really the only time we deal with creation. It's a creation of a human being. But were human beings actually created from, you can say, God? But you see, this changes everything. Because if God didn't create you, God actually generated you. So when it says God blew breath into the lungs of Adam, which then gave Adam a spirit, that's just another way of saying the spirit wasn't created. There's an etheric double. Do y'all, I don't know if y'all see where I'm going with this. If God blew breath into Adam's lungs, that wasn't creation. That is an example of an etheric double. God put an etheric double into Adam. God generated the so-called spirit of Adam from himself or herself, or itself, if you want to say it's both sexes. It did not say that God just created the spirit. It became the spirit was already a part. So if anything, God doubled God's own spirit and put that spirit into what we called humans. You see how that works? So you see it's already there. These things are already there. That's why I'm using examples that's already there. You see, but depending on where your consciousness is, you're going to perceive it differently. You're going to perceive it differently depending on your consciousness. What calendar do you follow? Do you follow the lunar cycles too mathematically? We have to. If you acknowledge astrology, if you acknowledge numerology, if you acknowledge these things to be actual fact, it's not that the planets are creating anything, they're just generating circumstances. You see how that works? So you follow the calendars, the lunar calendars, to keep up with what is being generated into the world. Not what's being created into the world, what is being generated. The etheric double. Because obviously the planets don't touch. They can only touch or interact through the etheric double. See, that's a whole nother chamber right there. The planets only touch through their etheric doubles called human beings. The only time the sun, you can say, interacts with Pluto is when a Leo interacts with a Scorpio. That's the only time they touch. That's the only time that they are in close quarters. Is through the etheric double, or through as what we call the avatar. The planets can only interact through their avatars. This is why avatars are necessary. This is how we learn who and what we are. Meaning, unless you're going to build a spaceship and travel to all of these planets, which is what NASA is trying to do, or what, the whole scientific community, they're trying to do everything on a physical level because they don't acknowledge these things. The closer that I can get to the sun, instead of actually traveling to the sun, is interacting with a fucking Leo. Better yet, understanding my own sun sign. If we want to take it there. Not knowing my sun sign, understanding it. Big difference. Huge difference. What is the difference? I'll tell you exactly what the difference is. Let me tell you exactly what the difference is. Because all we're going to do is go to the mathematics. When we go to the mathematics, when we add up knowledge, what do I mean by add up knowledge? That means you add it all up. Meaning K is 11. N is 14. O is 15. W 23. L 12. E 5. D 4. G 7. E 5. When you add all those numbers together, what do you get? 96. Which is knowledge. So if we go to the numerology, knowledge actually breaks down to 96. Understanding, U is the 21st letter, N is the 14th letter, D is the 4th letter, E is the 5th letter, R is the 18th letter, S is the 19th letter, T is the 20th letter, A is the 1st letter, N is the 14th letter, D is the 4th letter, I is the 9th letter, N is the 14th letter, G is the 7th letter. When you add all those numbers up, what do you get? 150. See how that works? See, this is long math, not short math. This is long math. Because if you do short math, knowledge will just break down to 6. That's basically numerology. If you do it in a numerology fashion, knowledge will break down to 6. Understanding would also break down to 6. You see how that works? This is why I'm doing it the long way, so that we can see the differences. Because if you do it the short way, knowledge and understanding, they both will break down to the number 6. But when we do it the long way, we begin to see the differences. See, the differences is not on the surface. On the surface, we just look at the number 6. Okay, knowledge equals 6, or 1 equals 6. And then understanding equals 6. So you can say, well, they're one and the same. So if we're looking at it from a short math perspective, they are one and the same. Knowledge and understanding is one and the same until you do the longer math, until you actually add them up holistically. Then you realize, okay, there's a difference between 96 and 150. Yes, 9 plus 6 gives you 6. Yes, 1 plus 5 gives you 6, but you see there's different numbers before you get to the 6. You think it's a coincidence that not the first chapter, the 96th surah of the Quran was the first revealed revelation to Muhammad by Jibril? Meaning, the first revelation the Prophet Muhammad had from the angel Gabriel or Jibril, depending on if you're looking at the Arabic or the Hebrew. So we'll just say Gabriel. Gabriel revealed the Quran to Prophet Muhammad. And the first revelation from the Quran is a 96th surah. Surah just means chapter. The 96th chapter of the Quran is actually the first revelation. You think that's a fucking coincidence? Or are we just showing and proving how accurate mathematics and science is? That's why I say Islam is mathematics, not the religion, the way of life. We just call it numerology now. We just call it astrology now. Why do I say that? Because remember, 0 is what revealed all this to us. There is no such thing as astrology without the number 0. There's no calculus without 0. There's no trigonometry without 0. All forms of advanced mathematics do not exist without 0. And we know once we go back to Roman times, they did not have a 0. The first number was 1, even with the tarot. The tarot used to start at number 1. It didn't start at 0. The fool wasn't always 0. The fool actually was 22. For those who know their history, for a long time, the first card of the tarot was the magician. That was a number 1, and it still is. See, the magician has a number 1 on top of it. So if you are a part of a culture that starts with a number 1, you start at the magician and you end with the fool. But once we acquired the number 0 from Islam, because that's when 0 was first manifested. 0 was first manifested through Islam. That's why I keep saying Islam. It's not the religion, the lifestyle. Before Islam, we wasn't dealing with the number 0, or we don't have any evidence. So I'm not saying the Egyptians and all of the ancient societies, they didn't know about 0. We just don't have any evidence. So the first culture we have that actually deals with the number 0 is Islam. So we can go back and trace that history. We can't trace the history of the older cultures because it's all been destroyed. So this is the history we can actually trace. So I'm saying all this to say, without the number 0, there is no astrology. There is no astronomy. All these advanced sciences don't exist without the number 0. But it's a number that we ignore. Because most of the time we start with the number 1. Most people are trying to be magicians. Let's just be honest about this shit. Give me 1 second here. I will be right back. So what I mean by most people are trying to be magicians because they are not acknowledging zero. What do I mean? If you start the tarot with the magician instead of the fool, damn, this crazy. It's crazy because I wasn't thinking about this before I spoke about it, but I'm like, damn, this shit makes so much sense. I wasn't even thinking about this shit, but I'm like, what? That shit does explain everything I've been talking about for the last hour. That basically explains it all in one dimension. Like, well, that actually is a good way of explaining it. But yes, this is what we see, because the magician corresponds to Mercury. And who is Mercury? Oh, that's right. Mercury is a god of thieves, aka scammers. Oh, and there's plenty of that, right? There's plenty of scammers out here, right? Why does it seem like everybody's trying to fucking scam? Not everybody, but people that like what the fuck is with this scamming shit, right? Why there's always a scammer around who's supposed to be conscious and who's supposed to be healing and shit? Why the fuck is where's the scamming shit? This is the magician. That means they're still on the first level. You see how that works? Because Mercury is a god of thieves. So we see people bring that mentality into so-called spirituality or so-called consciousness. That's a mentality that they bring into this, which then corrupts it. Like a trickster, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. The trickster spirit. That's exactly what it is. So that's why there's an abundance of tricksters in this field, or any fucking field. People who are just making up shit as they go. You're like, damn, where the fuck did that come from? People just be making up shit. It may sound good. Right? But let's see what happens when you actually start the tarot with the Fool card instead of the Magician card. How does that change things? Why was the Fool placed before the Magician? Because that's where the number 0 is. The number 0 is found on top of the Fool. Before it was the number 0, it was a number 22. So let me just show you the difference. So that means you start as a magician, then you end as a fool with the original tarot. The original tarot started with the magician and ended with the fool. Yes, you can say the fool represents new possibilities. Because the fool will correspond to the planet Uranus. Uranus is a higher octave of Mercury. You see how that works? Because Uranus is an outer planet. Uranus is a strange planet. All things strange happens in Uranus because Uranus is outside of the boundaries of Saturn, which is the last visible planet. So once we start dealing with Uranus, these planets are invisible. The outer planets are invisible to the naked eye. So now you're dealing with subtle forces instead of forces that you can clearly see. Like, for example, Saturn is a reason why we age. That is the effect of Saturn. You could say you can see people. You can see people getting older. That's Saturn's effect. That's the alchemy of Saturn. So once we start going beyond age, then we go into Uranus, which is called the New Age. So we go from the old age of Saturn, which is the father, and go into the new age of Uranus. So what difference does that make if you start with the Fool and end with the universe? So you see how that works? So the original tarot started with the Magician and ended with the Fool, but when it was updated, because we included the number 0, now you start with the Fool and you end with the universe or the world card. It's either the universe or the world. So you start as a Fool and you evolve into a whole universe. You see, that makes a lot more sense than starting at the Magician and you becoming the Fool. That's why it had to be corrected. And you see, the only way for that correction to take place is through the number 0. Because through 0, again, that's why we have astrology. That's why we have astronomy. That's why we have numerology. Everything that they consider pseudoscience deals with the number 0. How do you know? Just look at astrology. The first degree of astrology is a number 0. It's from 0 to 29. It's not from 1 to 30. You see how that works? There is no, the first degree is the number 1 and the last degree is 30. No, the first degree is 0 and the last degree is 29. So it's from 0 to 29. Then it goes back to 0. And that's the whole science of astrology. But this is why, some people accept it, some people don't. That's why the first card is the Fool. So you see, this is the difference between the first card being the Magician and the first card being the Fool. That's why you can say the magicians of the world consider the Fool foolish. Then why the fuck do you care about astrology, numerology, the pseudoscience? To the magician, the Fool is a fool. But then we realize, like, oh, wait a minute. You actually have to be a fool. A fool just meaning, it doesn't mean somebody who was foolish. It honestly means someone who was open to new things, new possibilities, as we say. That's Uranus. You must be open to the waves of Uranus, the influence of Uranus first, which is a outer planet first. Because once you go into these outer planets, this is when the tarot begins to make sense to you. Meaning you must operate from the outer planets first and foremost. This is why I say you go from Pluto to the sun, not the sun to Pluto. That's why you go from the crown to the root, not the root. You see, that's everything I've been saying for years. But we see where this is coming from. So this is why we don't want to acknowledge the number 0, because it changes everything. It has changed everything. It's the number 0 that made us more advanced, which goes back to the title of this video. Advance your lingo. How would you advance your lingo? You must have a comprehension of advanced mathematics. In order for you to comprehend advanced mathematics, you must understand how these things work. Astrology, astronomy, tarot, numerology, Kabbalah, so on and so forth. Because all these things are based in mathematics and science, and all these things require you to have an understanding of the 0. You cannot be advanced if you do not consider 0. But you see what happens? 0 is considered nothingness. The 0 is considered nothing. That's why binary code is a bunch of zeros and ones. You can say 0 is a feminine principle, 1 is a masculine principle. You have the phallus and you have the yoni, 0 and 1. So of course we don't want to acknowledge 0, because that would require us to acknowledge the feminine principle. And because we are in a masculine world, or a patriarchal world here in the West, not the entire planet, just here in the West, we are in a patriarchal society, which means male dominant society. Why the fuck would we want to acknowledge 0? So that's why we're so quick to dismiss these things as pseudoscience, because now we have to go into the feminine principle to even understand these things. Now we have to go to a world that you cannot measure with tools. You cannot measure consciousness with tools. You can only do it in your head. What do I mean? That's why I tell people to memorize this stuff. That's why as I'm speaking, I'm coming up with new conclusions that I didn't even plan or talk about none of this stuff. I don't have any notes in front of me. So everything that I'm speaking about, it just coming straight out of my head because it's already there. Now, had I written out some type of format, I would have just stuck to that format. But this is why I don't really like taking notes, because when I do these videos, new things come out because I'm contemplating as I'm speaking. And I may like, oh, that actually does fit. Something that I may not have thought about before, it actually comes out in the present moment and I speak it like, oh. So most of the time when I'm speaking, I have to reflect on what I even said because I wasn't even thinking about it before I spoke it. What's up, X24? Yeah, see, a lot of people don't even know the science of your name. A lot of people don't even know X is the 24th letter. So the reason is X24. That's not a coincidence there, but you see how secretive that is? You wouldn't even know unless you knew. I appreciate that, X24. But yeah, I just try to do a little something different with the visuals. So yeah, I made all this myself. So with the circle with the star, that's all self-creation. I didn't just download that from the internet. So all that self-creation or generation, if we want to stick to the format, all self-generated. But getting back to the point, if we want to understand advancing your lingo, you must advance your mathematics. In order to advance your mathematics, you must comprehend the mysteries of the number 0, which deals with the feminine principle, which deals with the yoni, which deals with not the matrix, but the creatrix. You must go into the mysteries of the creatrix. You must go into the mysteries of Binah, which is represented as a grand sea or a great sea. You must go into the great sea of Binah, which is found in the world of Absolute. So you see, when I start speaking like that, most people can't even comprehend what I'm talking about, unless you know. But we need more of that. I need to actually speak like that more often. I need to actually completely code my words to the point where it can't even be comprehended by somebody if they ain't studied up. That's honestly where I'm going to with it, to the point where I'm speaking completely in code, to the point where if you don't know, you don't know. It's like you can't even comprehend what I'm saying. I'll just be trying to keep this shit light. But for what? Honestly. Because everybody else is trying to keep this shit light. I can click on anybody's fucking video and hear the same stuff. The only way to hear something different is some advanced lingo. So in order to advance a lingo, I have to go deeper than the surface. Why are you dropping these gems? For the people that require something more than what we are getting currently. That's really what it is. Like, I understand we are in a completely different generation now. What I mean by that is, when I was young, when I was coming up, that's a certain generation. Or you can say the millennials. I'm a part of the millennial generation. But you can say the young people now, they are a part of a different generation. These are the Gen Zs, called the Zoomers. So the youth of today are the Zoomers. Then after them are Generation Alpha, right? I've been sub since I was 16. Now I know what you're talking about. I resonate with it in my soul. So you see, some things take time. And that's what I've been doing. I've been giving people time to catch up so that I can get into the real shit. So you say, why am I dropping these gems? I'm really not dropping no gems. Really. The true gems is when I speak completely in code, to the point where only we can understand us. You see how that works? And that's why I gotta be the one to do it. Can't wait for no one else to do it. So that's my whole thing. Yes, I can keep it to myself, but what is that doing? So that's why I'm like, yo, if you really about your craft, if you're really about being a master of your craft, it requires you to speak in code. Because that code allows your consciousness to go into deeper planes. What do I mean? Let me give you an example. So if I said, okay, today is a Saturn Taurus effect. If you don't know what Saturn and Taurus represents, then those are just words that I just said to you. It has no depth to it. However, if you know what that means, because you already have it in your memory, you have it in your heart already, it instantly clicks without me having to explain it. It instantly clicks. It takes a lot of time to explain these things. As you see, we've been on live almost 2 hours. It takes some time to explain these things. But if I spoke strictly in code, it wouldn't take that long. But most people wouldn't comprehend what I'm talking about. Even though, so I'm able to shorten the content, but most people wouldn't be able to keep up. Why? Because whoever the fuck else that they're listening to isn't encouraging them to commit these things to memory. So how could they speed up? If something is not in your memory, you can't even imagine it. I don't think people comprehend that fully. You can only imagine or visualize what's already in your memory banks. So we are limited to what we remember. Anything you don't remember, you can't comprehend, you can't visualize if you don't remember it. If I ask you, what did you dream today? And you don't remember your dream, you can't give me an answer. The only way you can give me an answer is if you remember your dreams. Junk DNA, exactly. Because this is what scientists say. Scientists say we have a bunch of junk DNA, which is fucking ridiculous. Why would we give ourselves junk? That's just levels of DNA that they cannot comprehend. It cannot be measured. So what do they call it? Junk, because they can't find no reason for it to be there. So it must be junk. It's like, what fucking purpose do it serve? It's just beyond their comprehension. So anything they can't comprehend is junk. Exactly. Which to us represent ancestral memory. The ancestral memory is hidden within these codes that we call astrology, numerology, Kabbalah, tarot. These are all codes that unlock your ancestral DNA, your ancestral memory. That's why we commit these things to memory, because it unlocks codes within you. And all I do is try to be a living example of that. That's why when I speak, new things come up. You're not going to hear me sounding like anyone else. Because I know that what I'm thinking about is coming from my mind. It's coming from me comprehending equations. So I know nobody else is coming to these same conclusions. Not without this being in your memory banks. And I'm not saying that my conclusions are the ultimate conclusion, because someone else can come to a different conclusion and that still be right too. So I'm not saying my conclusion is the ultimate end all be all, but it comes from a pure place. And that's all we can expect from anybody. It's to speak from purity, speak from your heart. You are the great decoder. What that just means is speaking from the heart, because that's all I'm doing. All I'm doing is speaking from my heart. I'm not speaking from the pen. I'm not speaking from the paper. I'm just speaking from the heart. Because the heart is where the memory banks is. So when you say I know something by heart, you don't say I have it in my memory banks. You say I know it by heart. Do you know it by heart? Which is just saying, have you committed it to memory? So when people say God is within you, what do you think they're talking about? Or what do you think they're talking about? God is within you. Well, what the fuck is within you other than your memory? That means God must be in your memory. So if God is in your memory, that means that's why people pray. People pray. Prayer is a form of remembrance. You are tapping into a form of remembrance. You are remembering the divinity within yourself. That's why I add videos to gain new memories of things I want to imagine in detail. Because we see, it is absolutely necessary to have things committed to heart. And what better things or concepts, ideas, equations to have committed to heart other than what our ancestors laid down for us, which is Kabbalistic science. So this science has already been perfected, but we can constantly add on to it. You see how that works? We're not taking anything away from it. We're just adding on to it. That means we keep the original form intact, but we add on to it. We're not limited to it. We add on to it. So even though the ancestors were on the Kabbalistic science just as much as we are still able to come to new conclusions because we're thinking like the ancestors, which is just Kabbalistically. The ancestors thought Kabbalistically. So when we connect with the Kabbalistic sciences, the sciences of the tarot, astrology, numerology, astronomy, that's just us connecting to our ancestral memories, our ancestral DNA. I took your advice and called on an ancestor whom I haven't had a good relationship with when he was alive. We worked together and it was truly transforming. You see, things like that, you're not going to hear too much of. It don't get no realer than that. You see what happened? It was truly transforming. Because you took it upon yourself to let go of the part of you that was invalid. Like, then why do I hate a dead person? This person is gone. And nobody's perfect. Nobody does everything right. Everybody gonna do some wrong shit. But when we have the ability to forgive, and then you realize, like, damn, they actually fuck with me. They didn't fuck with me here, but they fuck with me now because they had to advance. Death causes advancement because now you have a bird's eye view of reality. Now you realize, damn, shit wasn't as deep as I thought it was. because we tend to be in our own bubble. So when you are able to travel outside that bubble, most people have to die in order to travel outside their own bubble, unfortunately. But that's just a reality. Most people have to lose their life before they start looking outside of their life. Because most people build realities around things that they are familiar with, or things that they want to be familiar with, not things that they don't want to be familiar with. Why? Because most people are trying to be so-called successful, which requires you to have continued ability to replicate results. But we see with the occult, it's not about replicating. It's about being original. You see how that works? That's why you can't take nobody else's path. You have to take your own path, which is an original path. So you see, the more we advance in our consciousness, the more access we have to our ancestors. We tap into our ancestors through these codes that we call the occult. These occult codes are how we tap into the minds of the ancestors, the ones who came before us. Some of them had to die for this. Why? Because we know religion forced people to be a part of that religion, especially Christianity. Christianity was either be a Christian or you die. So when we think, well, why is Christianity the biggest religion on the planet? It's because they force you to be that. And then we wonder why, even with people who don't consider themselves Christian anymore, they're still talking about shit like Christ consciousness and still bringing up shit when we really don't need to. But we're still attached to these older realities. We just don't realize we are. Meaning you don't advance because you just use different words. Meaning you no longer say Jesus, you replace Jesus with Asar, for example. Isn't Christ an ascended master like Maria? Yes. But the thing is, to truly know Christ, you have to go beyond the Bible. You have to go into the Gnostic text, which is early Christianity. All Gnostic text is early Christianity before it became mainstream. So the version of Christianity we see nowadays is completely different than the Gnostic text, which never made it to the Bible. But we see, if you ask how many people actually read the Gnostic Bible, it's very few. We're still trying to open up the Bible and decode the Bible. And honestly, it ain't nothing wrong with it. But this attachment to Jesus is clearly still there. That's the point I'm making. If you truly over Jesus, you don't need to mention it at all. Fuck Christ consciousness. Because what is Christ consciousness? That's still locking you into the 33rd degree. You see how that works? That's why everybody's on Christ nuts. The 33rd degree. And what the whole purpose of this live stream, like, okay, well, the 33rd degree is still a false reality. It's not the ultimate truth. It is a phase you go through. Hence, if you look at the story of Christ, he only taught for a short amount of time. If we want to go with the allegory, according to the allegory, he only taught for a certain amount of time. He only had 12 disciples, so he didn't have a whole conglomerate, he didn't have that many people. Because Jesus was not teaching Christianity. That's the whole thing. Christianity is an invention by man. Christianity is not an invention by Jesus. It's not. If you look at the teachings of Jesus, they were not Christianity. They were freedom, justice, and equality. We know that already. So the fact that people still feel like they have to mention it, they still got to represent that 33rd degree, like that's the end all be all. That's the only point I'm making. Well, what about the 44? Why are we stuck on this 33rd degree? Why does everybody feel that they have to be master teachers? And that's the end all be all. Why do we feel that we have to model ourselves after Christ? Why is this the fucking staple of everything we do? Because we know how deep that consciousness goes. All I'm saying is it's not constructive. It's not constructive because what is that really teaching you? We already know about Christ. Christ is not the enemy. The enemy is Christianity. So if the enemy is Christianity, then if we truly want to get into the teachings of Christ, just call him by his real name. But people ain't doing that, are they? It's still Jesus. It's still Christ. So we see Christ being the 33, which most people don't even realize what that is. Because we're still thinking about another human being. Not realizing that these stories are speaking about us. These stories are not about another man. That's where we get shit twisted. The story of Christ is not a story about an actual man who was doing actual things. This is teaching you about your own consciousness. But somehow we still think about this man, not realizing it's us. Meaning if you are a believer of Christ and you are the Christ, there is no Christ outside of you. So that would mean the teachings of Christ is really knowledge of self. It's teaching you about you. And Jesus did not invent any goddamn thing. Jesus had to be taught like everybody else. Why do you think they took that part out of the Bible? Because that would make him more human. You see, there's a reason why we don't learn about, well, how did he get to the level of Christhood? We don't learn about that in the Bible. The Bible don't tell you, well, how did he reach the levels of Christ? You know why they took that part out? It's because it would make him look more human. It will make him look like damn, it's just like you and me. Instead of looking at this as some type of Messiah, I thought you were the Messiah. So we're not thinking about ourselves as a Messiah. What are we doing here? What good are we doing by giving the credit to a man who didn't invent his own teachings? You see how that works? What exactly did Jesus do that you are not capable of doing yourself? If I didn't spoke this whole live stream about being the master healer, and Jesus was a master healer, I'm not taking that away, but you see, he represents all 4 degrees, the 11, the 22, the 33, and the 44. But that's just you though. But somehow, we want to amplify this man. Like he wasn't telling you, get on your job. Fuck me, that's the whole thing. Jesus never said worship him. So why do people worship him? You're not going to find no passage where Jesus says, okay, worship me, fuck God. If anything, it was leading you towards God, which is your own godhood. But in order to reach your own godhood, you must become the Christ yourself. But you see, we take away the effort when we put it on another man. We rather worship the Christ instead of becoming the Christ. You see how that works? Instead of putting in the actual work, we rather just worship the man as if that was his message. And it wasn't. The message was activate your own Kundalini. So if the message is to activate your own Kundalini, and he was not the only one saying this, there were many prophets who came before and after. But somehow we want to put this one man above all other, when that was never the intention. When he's a guide for you to master yourself, for you to become the Christ. Because if you become the Christ, that means you become one with Christ. Which is a potential that everybody can access. Everybody can access Christhood. Everybody can access the 33rd degree. That's not something that's particular to one person. But what do? We make Jesus the Son of God. So we make him above us. We make him special. We put him on a pedestal that we ourselves can never reach. So you have most people that die Christians, and they're just satisfied with Jesus being their Lord and Savior. Not about them actually being their own Lord and their own Savior. They never comprehended that. They were just fine with putting it on somebody else. Oh, you did the work, so I'm going to go through you. And how the fuck is that enough to get into heaven, though? I don't understand that part. Just because I worship a holy man doesn't make me holy. Or does it? Just because I worship and pray to a holy man that put in the work that I should be putting in, that doesn't mean that I just have access to heaven and I didn't put in no fucking work. Which is the whole purpose. Are you going to put in the work? I did. Now you put in the work. I just showed you what you could be. I'm just showing you your own potential. I'm not showing you this so that you can worship me and you never get to my level. Because I'm special. Profound is not like writing a test, just standing behind the best student. The student is you. Because only certain people will agree that he is the best student. Meaning everybody doesn't have a profound love for Christ if you're not Christian. So, the best student is based on the observer. Not the doer, the observer. If you observe Christ to be the best teacher, that is your observation. But you're going to have those who observe different things, different teachers, different philosophies, who don't acknowledge Christ at all. For example, a Buddhist. The Buddhists don't acknowledge Christ at all. Not to say that they disrespect him, but they don't consider him the best teacher or the best student. You will only think that from a Christian perspective. Because the goal is, what are you going to do about it? So even if we're studying behind Jesus or Buddha, it's the same goal. What are you going to do? Just because the Buddha meditated under the tree and became enlightened, does that mean that he was the only one capable of doing it? He is mentioned 72 times in the Quran. Miriam is the female name that is mentioned the most in our book. So if we understand 72, because it's all mathematics, right? We understand 72 is a significant number. 72 is half of 144. And the so-called chosen people are 144,000. So half of that 144 is 72. And we can say the 72 angels, the 72 demons, the 72 Goetia, the 72 Notoria. 72, 144. Adam mentioned 72 times too. So I'm just making the point of there's a reason why those numbers are 72 and not 71 or 73. That was done on purpose. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't a coincidence. That was purposely done to show you something deeper. And this is the only point I'm making here. What the numbers are trying to show, what the stories are trying to show, what the mythology is trying to show is a path to your own self. So yes, when most people die, or most Christians die, they are satisfied with being in the light of the so-called Lord and Savior. They're fine with that. Which doesn't require you to do much of any fucking thing. Let's just be honest here. To accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, what fucking work do you have to put in? I don't know of any work that you have to put in. Other than they what, the fucking 10 Commandments? Which is not much of any goddamn thing. So that means everybody who go to heaven is the ones who didn't sleep with other people's wives, the ones who didn't associate partners with another guy, the ones who didn't steal, so on and so forth. To me, that's basic shit. But if that's all it takes to go to heaven, is to acknowledge the basics of reality, you probably shouldn't be stealing from anybody. You probably shouldn't be taking from people's properties. You should not be intruding. You should not be snitching on your neighbors. But to say that that's all that's required for you to spend infinity in heaven. It's just following the 10 commandments, which are basically just laws of the fucking land. Meaning you don't sleep with another man's wife because not because it's wrong, because of what he will do to you. That's really what it's about. Meaning you may get your fucking life took. Because love makes people do very strange things. So when it says stay away from people's wives, it ain't because, well, sex is bad or fornication is bad or am I even saying that right? Fornication. Yes, it ain't because fornication is bad. It's because of the reaction that it causes. That's why you don't do certain things. It ain't about it being right or wrong. It's about you really don't want to deal with those consequences. Do you really want a mad husband looking for you? You really don't want those problems. You didn't want them back then. You don't really want them now. It's just problems that you really don't like. It's just not worth the problems that come with it. But to say that that's all you have to do to get to heaven is just keep your dick out of other people's wives. That's all it takes. It doesn't require any deep study. That's when we begin to realize there's a difference between the mainstream and the secret societies. This is when we begin to realize, like, okay, yeah, let the masses read the Bible, read all these holy books, and take them on face value. Leave that to the masses. But when it comes to secret societies, what are they doing? What is the purpose of a secret society if all you have to do is follow the 10 commandments? What would be the purpose of learning deeper truths and deeper sciences? What good would that do you if all you had to do was follow the 10 commandments? Obviously, these people realize that, okay, this is not the end all be all. This is a starting point. This is where you start. This is not where you end. Do we really think that somebody's going to question us? Some spirit is going to question you about where your dick has been, where your pussy has been? Do you really think in the wholeness of reality that that is a question that's going to come up? That you're going to be asked about fornication? Some people believe this. However, for those into the deeper mysteries, you come to the realization like, oh, this is consciousness. This is not about physical acts. This is about consciousness. That's why the goal is to become Christ-like in your consciousness first. Because if you become Christ-like in your consciousness first, your acts will reflect that. It's not something that you have to fucking think about. Damn, should I fornicate or should I not? That is irrelevant. Why do you think Jesus chose a prostitute called Mary Magdalene? If Jesus was just so hell-bent about fornication, why was his closest disciple Mary Magdalene? And we know she was his closest disciple because that's what we read in the Gospel of Mary, which is a Gnostic text. The Gospel of Mary speaks about how she was closer to Jesus than the other 12. And they were getting jealous. They didn't like that shit. They was too much into their masculinity. Like, yo, why is this woman getting the real game and we not? We're men. We're a part of the patriarchy. They on that time. So that just lets you know that they were not even dealing with deeper secrets or deeper. But that's not the point. Jesus chose a prostitute to be closest to him because he realized, wait, that if he was just so hell-bent, okay, well, fuck fornicators. You can't be, you see, this is how people think he was. People think like he was the one that's going to actually get in your ass about because you run around here fucking and sucking. He's not. Ain't nobody going to stop you from doing that. Now, we can judge ourselves. But to say that God or Jesus is judging you because of who you laid down with, if that was the case, he wouldn't have chose a prostitute to be his deepest disciple or his closest disciple. If he was just so hell-bent about that, about those 10 commandments, why didn't he just choose a fucking nun? If he was just so hell-bent about that. Sex is creation itself. But remember, energy cannot be created or destroyed. So sex isn't necessarily creating, it's generating. So sex is the ultimate generator of life. That's accurate. I'm making the point of, this is why these elements are there. But we just clearly just look over this shit like it ain't there. Like everybody's talking about Christ consciousness, but they don't want to talk about prostitution and why he chose her instead of a fucking nun. Then we got a bunch of women talking about high vibes only. But was that what Mary was talking about? Was Mary talking about high vibes only? Good vibes only? Was that her speech? Was that her lingo? Apparently not. Because her profession required her to deal with high vibrational people and low vibrational people. That was her profession. She's not necessarily picking and choosing who she's going to be dealing with. She deals with whatever life brings her. And you see, Jesus approved of this. That's why he chose her and not just a woman who was a nun or a woman that was a virgin. See, somehow we don't think about this shit. Why was she chosen and not another woman that was considered more holy? Because if Jesus is everything that we say he is, then why the fuck didn't he choose a woman that was more so-called qualified? Why did the 12 disciples come from the streets? The 12 disciples were not educated men. They were not scholars. They was into street activity. That's why they were chosen. That means all of Jesus' disciples, including Mary, came from the streets. And I'm just using modern day terminology so that we understand what we're dealing with here. All the disciples plus Mary all came from the streets. That means they were probably mostly uneducated. These were not people with degrees. These were people with experience of the streets, of the low, not of the high. They didn't know nothing of the high. All they knew was the low. But they were the ones that were chosen so that they can understand the highs. After understanding the lows, it's not that it was never fuck the lows. It's just that we've already been there. We've been there. We've done that. We mastered these streets. Now we're looking for the next level. But you got people who's looking for that next level who ain't even mastered the streets. You see how that works? If all the disciples were uneducated street people who then elevated themselves beyond that. How the fuck can you be the Christ consciousness and you never been low? You see how that works? Like, you never been low. You're trying to shoot straight to the top and you ain't never did nothing. You ain't never navigated the streets. Because in the streets, you can say sin is holy. Let's think about that for a minute. What we consider sin in these streets, that's holy. You can say it's a sin to kill a person. There's 110 people that die every day from gun violence. Over 100 people die every single day from gun violence. Right now, today, 110 people would not make it to tomorrow due to street activities. So, bringing it up to today's times, and yes, that's why I have the yin and yang symbol here, because you see the dark and the light. That's why I have the symbol there, the low and the high, because they are one and the same. They go together. Meaning, you cannot jump without first bending your knees. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Try to jump high without first bending your knees. So it's really that simple. The higher you want to jump, the more you have to bend your knees. So in order to get to the highest chambers, you must go through the lows. But it's already there. You see, it's already there for us. We just try to fucking make it what it's not. That's what we do. We make it what it's not. We don't just leave it for what it is. We try to make it something that it's not. We try to make it Christianity when it's really about freedom, justice, and equality. You see, we try to make it something it's not. That's why you see Christianity does not, they don't fuck with none of that. They're not going to accept you just doing street activity, being a fucking prostitute in these streets. They're going to advise you to stop doing that. They're going to tell you that's not cool to do. We actually don't even want to be around your ass if you continue to do this. They're going to have a problem with you doing that. That's Christianity. But if we're talking about Gnosticism, that's not a problem. That's not problematic. Sex is not problematic if we're talking about Gnosticism. They ain't thinking about the 10 Commandments when it comes to Gnosticism, because they believed in a fake reality. They believed in what we call the demiurge. They believe that this world is a false world, a false reality, which is why I was saying in the beginning, we build ourselves up into this godhood just to realize that it's false. It's not the real reality. The real reality is not you realizing that you're a god. The real reality is realizing that you God and devil. You are the highest of the high, but you're also the lowest of the low. But how many people are going to accept that? Not too many. Because they're just hell-bent thinking that they're the Christ. You see how that works? You can't even tell these people nothing different. Try to convince a person that they're not the Christ, that they're not the 33. They're not even going to hear you out. Even though we can verify all of this in the Gnostic text. Everything that I'm saying can be verified in the Gnostic text. Text that most people haven't read. That's why most people are still out here trying to do the right thing physically do the right thing and be a good person, follow the golden rule, so on and so forth, not realizing like, okay, that's I guess that looks pretty, that looks nice, but on the surface, what is that really doing? Meaning a true teacher has to have gone through something. Why do you think Jesus chose the people that were already active in the streets, in the low vibrations? Because they had experience. You can't just take a child who ain't ever been through anything and make them a fucking Christ. If that was the case, then Jesus would have had a bunch of children around him as disciples. But you don't see that, do you? You see a bunch of grown men and a grown woman who were probably uneducated, who probably didn't know nothing else but the streets. The lowest of the low. And what did he do? He made them the highest of the high. Something you couldn't do with somebody who just been pure their whole life. Because that has nothing to do with being the Christ. Because we see in the very story of Christ, he dealt with people who were on the low, doing lowly things. Why didn't he just have 12 priests? 12 virgins. None of these people were good when he met them. They became what we know them as after the fact. So we see in all holy texts, sacred texts, you can prove it because it is there. I agree, it's there. But when you add Christian teachings on top of what's there, then it gets diluted. It's no longer pure. So you can say Gnosticism is pure Christianity without all the fluff. And from that perspective, you can understand the Bible if you know that already. But if you don't know that, you're going to get lost. Reading the Bible without knowing Gnosticism or the Gnostic text, you're going to get lost because you're going to be thinking that, okay, in order for me to be the Christ, in order for me to be a follower of Christ, you got to do certain things. You got to be a certain way. It's going to come with all these prerequisites. Not realizing that none of that shit matters. Again, he could have easily picked nuns and virgins to be his disciples, but he didn't. He could have picked children who were pure, who didn't have any sin, but he didn't. Then, on top of all that, he wasn't picking and choosing who his students were. What I mean by that is, he taught everyone. He didn't just teach the people that were so-called good, that were so-called holy. He did not limit his teachings to these people. He taught every goddamn body. If you were willing to listen, then you were getting taught. It don't matter if you just did something crazy. But you sit your ass down and you learn. Because that's actually how it should be. Anyway. We shouldn't be judging people by the surface, but we do. That's why we have time like, yeah, high vibes only, good vibes only. I don't want these type of people around me. I don't want these type of people around. We see this all over fucking social media. People trying to regulate who contacts them or who they interact with. They're trying to regulate. They're trying to put up a filter. I only want these type of people around me. I only want these type of people in my inbox. And fuck everybody else because you're too low vibing for me. This is all over the. I see that more than I don't see it. But we see, well, where does that mentality come from? It comes from false teachings. It comes from thinking that you are the godhood, but then you say you're not the devil. You see how that works? We quick to accept that we God, but we're slow to accept that we devil. You see how that works? Nobody's really rushing to accept the devil. But everybody's rushing to accept Christ and Christ consciousness in the 33. Everybody want to be that instantly. But as soon as we start talking about some devil shit, the room is going to clear. You see how that works? And we know most people are like this. In order to know what clean is, you first have to get dirty. Very simple, very easy things to understand, right? Very simple, very easy to understand. But you see, we completely misinterpret this. We completely misinterpret these words. And then you see, this is what I was speaking about in the beginning, where we have to destroy everything that we created. This so-called false sense of reality we have created for ourselves by only accepting the so-called light or the positive. We begin to realize, like, oh, this is not holistic. Then you start studying the dark. You see how that works? You realize, like, damn, okay, I can study all this angelic things. I can study all these holy books all I want. But that ain't the full picture. Just because you study the dark don't mean that you're just going to be out here doing bullshit to people, infringing on people's free will. That's not how that works. That's just what they want us to believe. Okay, if you're studying, the darker arts, the dark arts or the black magic, that now you're going to use that against people's will. But how can you do that if we go back to the science of the etheric double? Meaning there's no such thing as hollow people or hollow spirits. Meaning you can't deceive somebody without them wanting to be deceived. You can't trick nobody who didn't want to be tricked. You can't scam somebody who wasn't looking to be scammed. Because all those people who's looking to be scammed is thinking that they need to be holier than thou. Those become the easiest people to scam because it's easy to scam these people. Out of their money, out of their time, relationships, we see these people just being exploited. But in their minds, they're holier than thou, so they don't see it. They have completely erased from their vision the fact that they can be getting scammed or misled. Because how can you be getting scammed and misled when you're God or you're one with the Spirit? Oh, the Spirit is going to protect you, right? The Spirit ain't going to let you go through no bullshit, right? That's what we think. We start getting arrogant. But that's when we get fucked up. As they say, pride before the fall. And this is what we see. We see that knowledge has made people prideful. Just look around. Why do so many people with all this knowledge, why are they so prideful? Why are they so haughty? What is all this shit? Like, where was all that energy before? That's how you really know. Like, all these people that just, now you get real prideful after the fact. When you think you know something now. When you think you done found some secrets, now you get real prideful about it. Now you start thinking you're holier than thou. Then you see it just becomes a tool to lead you astray. Because now you're looking down at people instead of looking up at people. Because again, if you're supposed to be the master seer, the master builder, the master teacher, or the master healer, that means you are the biggest servant. You are here to serve. But how many people do you hear saying that though? I'm here to serve you. I am the biggest slave. But everybody's trying to get free though. You see how that works? If everybody's trying to get free and liberated, why would you want to be a slave? But any position of power requires you to be that. When you are responsible for other people, that means you are indebted to them. You are responsible for them. But how can you really comprehend responsibility for others when it's all about self? Which we hear that from all types of motherfuckers. Do for self, 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 this, self, that, self, self, self. Well, that's not Christ-like. And you damn sure is not going to be doing any healing. Serving yourself. It don't work like that. You're not healing any goddamn thing by being self-serving. But you know, these are things that I guess I got to be the one to say this shit, honestly. Like, who the fuck else is going to say it? So if you don't look at yourself as a slave to those who you are responsible for, then you're completely missing the point. If you are not a slave to your people, which is different than being a slave to a slave master. See, that's the biggest difference. See, being a slave to a slave master is different than being a slave to the people. Serving a slave master is different than serving the people. Because you're either doing, I guess, one of three things, I guess. You're either serving yourself, you're serving, you can say, the government, the powers that be, the 10%. Or you're serving the people. Or you can say the planet as a whole. Sure. And that's really most of what you see out here. You either see people serving themselves, they're being agents for the government, or they're serving the people. But you see, when you serve the people, I'm looking for the best way to say this stuff. Because it's not easy to explain. Because like the more I explain it, I'm like, hey, why the fuck would a person want to be doing this stuff though? Like, it doesn't sound fun. It doesn't sound exciting. I'm using phrases like slave. Why would a person want to be a slave? I thought the whole point was to get out of slavery. So I know I'm not using terms that are fun or exciting to hear. But it's necessary to understand these things. Would we be able to serve more people if we organize occult schools of thought? Not esoteric though, available to anyone who wants to learn. Going back to the story of Christ, there's a reason why the Christ didn't have a church. And again, I'm just using these examples because we can pull the truth out of allegory. Christ never had a church. The church was wherever he opened his goddamn mouth. People listened. So to answer your question, do we need to organize more occult schools? No. Because whenever you open your mouth, school is in session. That's how it should be. Whenever you open your mouth, school is in session, don't matter where the fuck we are. We can be in the middle of the desert. When you speak, people listen. It's just as simple as that. Because if you do that, you're probably going to end up with a church any goddamn way. A church, an organized school. You're probably going to end up doing that anyway. But before any of those things happen, you must be able to move the people with your words. That's why the whole premise of this video is advance your lingo. When you advance your lingo, when you speak, people listen because you have something of substance to offer them. And the people are not foolish. See, here's the thing. People may be uneducated, but they are not foolish, as we call the streets, right? The streets may be uneducated, but they have discernment. They know when the person is lying and when the person is telling the truth. You can tell by the body language, the vocal. There's many things. Body language, body tone, vocal tone. There's many ways to tell whether a person is speaking the truth or not versus just relying on their words. So that's why you test out who and what you really are in the streets, because the streets will let you know who you are. And I've been speaking about this for years. I called it the spiritual rank, your spiritual rank. If you want to know your spiritual rank, the public will let you know. All you got to do is see how are you treated by the public, by people who don't know you. It's not about how you treated from the people that do know you. How do people treat you that don't know you? Because they're going to let you know, meaning they have no reason to lie to you. They have no reason to front you. They have no reason to make you higher than you need to be or make you lower than you need to be. The people are just going to give you what you give them. And that's why everybody wants to be a master teacher. But that's why I say be the master healer. Heal the people. Let everybody else teach the people. Be the one that's healing the people. Because honestly, people are kind of getting tired of this consciousness shit. I'm just going to be honest. People are kind of getting over consciousness because we see how people treat it. We see how people have perverted the teachings and twisted the teachings and just made it something it's not. And even somebody like me becomes affected. And what I mean by me is, even if I never did a person wrong, never scammed a person, everybody who's ever ordered from me, they got what they ordered, I could be 100% exact with that. But when a reputation is built, okay, well, conscious people, they like to scam. They like to get over on you. I can be the complete opposite of that, but I still suffer from that because this is the mainstream consciousness. So it still affects me. No matter how right and exact I am still affected by other people's actions who are supposed to be in the same field as I am. So if you got people in the field making a mess of the field, then it's people like me that have to come clean the shit up before things begin to move like they should move again. Because they're not going to do it. I mean, it's like a person that just come and just fucks your room up. And then they just leave. And then your room is a mess. Do you think that the people that see that messy room, they're going to think that somebody else did it, or they're going to think you did it? You see how that works? So even though you can say all day, oh, that ain't me, I didn't do it, they did it. But it's your room. You have to live in here. You have to rest your head in here. This is where you bring people to teach or heal. So when we think, well, why is it consciousness as big as it should be? Because we have a lot of people that's misusing it. But you see, karma. Eventually everybody gets their just due. Yeah, these conscious woke people are getting corny. Exactly. Everything y'all see, I see too. I'm just as involved in these YouTube streets as anybody else. I'll be watching content from all types of creators. So when I speak about these things, it's after me doing my observations. So yeah, consciousness is getting pretty corny, not because it is corny, it's because of the way it's being taught and the way it's being handled. It's being mishandled. The reason it's being mishandled is because, going back to what I said initially, after a person comes to the realization that they are God, that they are the goddess, or they are the earth, they get prideful. They start thinking they're better. They begin to build up an ego that really shouldn't be there at all. To the point where they'd never make it to the 44th degree. They think that the 33rd degree is the end all be all. 93, healthy, wealthy frequency. So I keep bringing these things up to say, it don't matter how legit I am. It don't matter how much truth I speak. I still have to face the consequences of people doing other people wrong. Even though it wasn't me directly. I appreciate that, X24. That's why every time I take a break and I step back to observe, I really take time to observe the environment. I'm like, I can't really observe the environment in full if I'm trying to make content all the time. Sometimes I have to fall back and see what's going on in the atmosphere. What's going on with the people? What are the people listening to? What are they hearing? What do they want to hear? I have to do my research. I have to do my analysis. So that's why when I speak, I'm like, yeah, I know that people are really getting fed up with conscious people, including myself. That's why I have videos called Fuck Spirituality. I get fed up with the shit too, because I have to deal with it. Somebody has to come correct the error. Because if you're true to your craft, you're not just going to allow it to remain broken. It may have been broken, but you don't just allow it to remain broken. Which is why I'm here now, for almost 3 hours in, speaking about advancement. Get on your mathematical and scientific wave. Because everybody else, that's the exact thing they're not doing. How do I know? Just ask them to verify what they're saying scientifically and mathematically. That's all you got to do. How do you verify that in science and mathematics? To the point where you can replicate this and you can come to the same conclusion. That's not an easy thing to answer. So if you do have the answer for it, that means you had to work for it. Because anybody can say anything, but everybody can't show and prove what they say. Like, okay, well, how do I know that? Where do I go to research? What book do I read? And this is why I always stick to the same script, really. Astrology, numerology, tarot, Kabbalah. Because these things could be verified. So when I say Ion, okay, tap into the energy of Ion, you know Ion is Capricorn. That ain't just a word I made up. Most people may not be able to comprehend, like, Ion, what the fuck are you talking about? If you don't know Hebrew, then you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you do know, then you do know what I'm talking about, and it can be verified. There should be nothing I say that can't be verified. That's why I like to stick to the script. That's why I'm going to always bring it back to mathematics, numerology, astrology, astronomy. I'm going to always bring it back to that center point, that foundation. We're never going to go too far off, because then we're dealing with make-believe. So that's why most of my examples stay within the realm of astrology, the Kabbalistic sciences, because we can verify these things. You don't have to like, oh, where the fuck did he get that shit from? You don't really have to go in that direction. But most of the time, this is what we have to do when people just running their goddamn mouth. What are they getting downloads and shit? That's what they call it nowadays. Motherfuckers get downloads and hit the record button. Oh, I just got this download this morning. They ain't even thought about what the fuck that they just downloaded. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of people rushing to the camera. And how do I know? Because I did it already. All you gotta do is just look at my first couple years of YouTube and you see it. Soon as I got a revelation, soon as I got a download, I'm hitting the fucking record button. Before I even finish thinking it through completely. Because it is a download after all. That means you ain't gonna fully comprehend the totality of it instantly. It's gonna take a little time. So I can understand others because I've been there. So I've been on this YouTube over 10 years now. With this particular channel, close to 9 years. It'll be 9 years in October. But this is not my first channel. It's like my third channel. So if we're talking about the entirety of being a content creator, I've been doing that since like 2007. It's been a long ass fucking time. God damn. It's been almost like shit, in 5 years. It would be 20 years. That's fucking crazy to me. That's fucking crazy to me. I mean, it's close to 20 fucking years. Shit. Just saying that to say, been around for a little bit. So I see the cycles. I can perceive the cycles. Which is why I took a break. I'm like, I'm not even going to speak. I'm like, this current cycle is getting pretty ridiculous to the point where I don't want to speak about it. Meaning I'm not really concerned with current events as much as I was before, because that doesn't help us. I can speak about everything that's happening in the world. What is that doing though? How is that going to help you advance if I'm just speaking about current events? So that's why I don't speak about it no more. I'm not going to be speaking about current events. How does that help you advance? That's what I have to think about before I hit the record button. I'm like, what purpose does this serve? How am I going to help somebody comprehend? And all I'm doing is speaking about current events that I have no control over. I don't control what happens in this world. But we can influence what happens in this world. And that influence is subtle. We have a subtle effect on reality. But of course, when you God, you think you have a major effect. You see how that works? We start to overstep our boundaries. That's why I made a video called Fuck God. I haven't made a video, so I made a video, fuck religion, fuck spirituality. I made a video called Fuck God. Do you first need to heal yourself in order to begin healing others? It's all consciousness. So if you're speaking about, do you need to reorganize your consciousness to heal others? Then yes. For example, we have to get out of poverty consciousness. That's something we have to do for ourselves first. Because poverty consciousness isn't just how much money you have. That's just your whole perspective. So I'm just using that as an example. Would you have to get over your own poverty consciousness in order to help other people to ascend past it? Of course. And it ain't really based on your actions. It's based off your consciousness. See, that's the part that people miss. It ain't about what you do on a day-to-day basis. It ain't even about what you think. Because only 5% of people's thoughts are futuristic. 95% of that is we're thinking about shit that had already happened. So what we want to do is increase that 5% of futuristic thought and make that percentage greater. And that's what causes poverty consciousness, is because majority of our thoughts is dealing with things that we really can't change. We're thinking about what happened today, what happened to that person, what happened to that person, what happened yesterday. We're still thinking about shit we still mad at. You still mad at this person for hurting you, this person for doing you wrong, this person for fucking you over. Like, we're too caught into that bullshit. Just ask around. You can barely have a conversation with people without them bringing up some past shit that's negative. And just do it. Just try it. Try having a full conversation without somebody bringing up some bullshit about them being fucked over, them being scammed, them being tricked, somebody doing something wrong to them. Somehow we embody this victimhood. Somehow. That's how I know this shit is real. I'm like, damn, we can't even have a conversation with a motherfucker without them verifying their poverty consciousness. Like, damn, like just the words. Just something as simple as, damn, I ain't got no money. What the fuck you mean you ain't got no money? What happened to, okay, what do I need to do to get it? Because you see, when we think like that, we completely shut down our creativity. I can't afford that. Fuck it. Instead of, how can I afford that? Because then that requires you to think. You don't have to think when you say, okay, well, that's out of my price range. Oh, that woman is out of my league. That man is out of my league. It's easy to say, well, fuck it. It's easy to say, fuck it. That doesn't require you to change. But you're required to change. If we're talking about healing others, teaching others, being responsible for others, it requires you to make the change that you see that ain't nobody else gonna do. Meaning you gotta be the one in your cipher to make the change. You gotta be the one in your cipher to do what everybody else is unwilling to do. You must take it upon yourself to do what you know needs to be done, but instead of telling somebody else to do it, you do it. And then let them come to you to figure out how you did it. That's how it happens. Fuck trying to tell anybody anything, just do it yourself. So if you're into working out, work out for yourself first, then let other people ask you how you got fit. Instead of teaching other people how to get fit. Fuck trying to teach them. No, just do it yourself. And then the people will come to you like, damn, okay, I like what you're doing. How do you do this? People will come to you when you're putting in the work for you. But you see, when we're trying to run to people to teach them, to heal them, when we're trying to run towards people, they're running away from us. They're trying to run away from us. They ain't trying to sit and hear anything we're trying to say. But when they see your results, that's why all these kids want to be rappers, because they see these big wads of money that these rappers is pulling out their pockets. So the rapper don't need that. The rapper don't have to find the youth. The youth is trying to find the rapper. The youth is running after the rappers, the entertainers, because they're looking at the tangibles. Just ask yourself, what famous person has to look for people to teach? Most of the time, they already have a following. That they didn't have to ask for. People just want to know what the fuck is going on with them, because they're putting the work in for themselves. So yes, you have to take the devil off of your planet. If we want to go to 120, that's the first step. Take the devil off of your planet first. Once the devil is removed from your planet, and when I say your planet, I'm talking about your consciousness. You must remove the devil. When I say devil, I'm just speaking about poverty, consciousness, victimhood. You must remove the devil off of your planet first. Then it becomes apparent that the devil is not on your planet. Then people are like, oh, how the fuck you get this motherfucker off your back? This motherfucker's on my back. How the fuck you get this motherfucker off yours? Then it ain't shit. Like, okay, this is how you do it. Because you done already made it happen. Versus, okay, you going and you're telling people, well, this is how you get the devil off your planet. They're like, oh, okay, sure. So you see, it really don't require effort. The effort is consciousness. It really don't require effort to do anything external, because the work is happening internally. You remove the devil off of your planet, and then people will see those results. They will be able to see it with their eyes, and how you present yourself, and they will see it or hear it with their words based on how you communicate. It's going to be very apparent by your presentation and how you execute. So when it comes to helping others and being responsible for others, it's only after they see you as somebody who is worth responsibility, or who can handle responsibility. This is what we do to show that we can handle responsibility, because we can take the devil off of our own planet. That's just another way of saying I can handle the responsibility that no one else wants to handle. But that's how you gain everything that you feel that you lack. Everything you feel that you lack can be gained when you put the work into your own consciousness. And then the people will reflect that, because you are the best knower. And it ain't because you said so. It's because you are. That's how you know. That's why when I say you go out into the public and you go out into the world and the world will let you know who you are, because they will. The world is going to notice the type of work that you're putting into your own consciousness, because it's going to be reflected in your physical attributes and your mental attributes. It will be reflected. Because you decided to do what no one else is willing to do, which is work on their own consciousness. Yeah, that's why it's easy to be a teacher and teach people, because you don't have to think about what you need to do. That's why, unfortunately, a lot of our teachers here in America are not good at what they do. Just look around. When we look at the system failing our children, that's because the teachers are not qualified. So when we think, well, we live in a fucked up world, well, the fucked up world starts with the system that we have to force our children to be a part of. That includes school. So healing is a shift in consciousness, absolutely, because when you shift your consciousness, then your words, your ways, your actions reflects that. When you make the decision to be abundant versus being in lack because you perceive lack, when you train your consciousness to perceive the abundance that you truly have, it becomes quite easy, because the hard work is consciousness. That's what's really going on. The hard work is not the external work. The hard work is the internal work. To take the devil off of your planet, to remove poverty consciousness from within, so that your actions reflect, like, oh, this motherfucker has an abundance. That's just the energy that people feel from you. You feel like an abundant person because you are an abundant person, because not because you have an abundance of resources, because you have an abundance of energy. That's why we see so many people walking around with low energy. Why do so many people have low energy? Is it because they're not sleeping enough hours? No. Energy has to be generated, aka created. You have to create your own energy. You have to generate your own energy. So to fill yourself with energy, you have to acknowledge your abundance. So before we even start talking about materialism, we're just talking about energy, which deals with consciousness. In order to have an abundant consciousness, you must be able to absorb more energy. When you have the ability to absorb more energy, you can do more. Your aura changes. That's what people feel. People feel your aura. So if you feel your aura with abundance, because you no longer breathe shallowly, or your shallow breathing becomes, you can say, stomach breathing. You're just taking full breaths instead of half breaths or 1/3 of breath. When you analyze the average person's breathing rate, they're not breathing deeply. So the energy never has the ability to make a full circulation in the body. So that's why people are either have their lower chakras activated or their higher chakras activated. So all of the so-called spiritual people, these are just people who had their higher chakras activated before their lower chakras. Then the so-called materialistic people just have their lower chakras activated before the higher chakras. The goal is to synchronize the lower and the higher. And the bridge to merge the higher and the lower is the heart chakra. The heart chakra is, you can say, the neutral chakra. It's neither positive or negative. It's between the three upper chakras and the three lower chakras. So the heart is the bridge. The heart is androgynous. So that's where it starts. It starts in the heart. That's why your heart must be lighter than a feather. When you die, your heart is weighed against a feather. Again, this is all allegory. This is all metaphor. What is it trying to say there? Why does your heart has to be lighter than a feather? Well, we think, what gives people a heavy heart? You have a heavy heart when you worry, when you're stressed out, when you don't know what to do, what's going on. It's very stressful. When you don't have the answers, when you have a problem and you don't have a solution, very stressful. And a lot of people can't find solutions. Just look around in the world. Everybody has problems, but not everybody knows how to solve those problems. Everyone has a problem, but not everybody has a solution. So when you become the person with the solution instead of the person with the problem, that means you're willing to take on responsibility. And that is the shift in consciousness that you're aiming at. So the shift in consciousness that you're aiming at is, I am a problem solver instead of a problem maker. Instead of being a person that's causing more problems or generating more problems, I generate more solutions than problems. That's the shift that must take place. You must generate more solutions than problems. Because everybody's going to generate problems. Every day we have to face problems. But that also means every day you must have a solution for those problems. And not just solutions for your own problems, solutions for others' problems as well, outside of you. That's how you change the world. So to cause a change in the world, you have to offer the world solutions. And those solutions allow people to correct their consciousness. That's why the world fills us with distractions. They don't do shit for consciousness. And what I mean by distractions is entertainment. That's why you don't, let me say this. There's a difference between conscious rap and, you can say, rap that heals. Because rap that heals is hip hop. It's no longer rap. So if you want a definition, rap is a distraction. Rap is just putting rhymes together, putting words together, being braggadocious, having clever things to say. That's a rapper. But when you are an MC, now it's about healing. It's about teaching and healing. You actually have to be all of the 4 degrees. You have to be the master seer, you have to be the master builder, you have to be the master teacher, and you have to be the master healer. If you're talking about being an MC, and it ain't too many of those out here. You have to be the master seer. I mean, you have to be the one that's able to come up with words in the first place. Words that hold weight. That's a master seer. You got to be able to pull words out of your atmosphere. Words that other people can't access. I mean, you can be in the same room with somebody and y'all, 2 people can be in the same room and they both are prescribed to write 16 bars. One is a rapper, one is an MC. And you're going to know who is a rapper and you're going to know who is an MC. Because it's not based on your environment. It's not based on your circumstance. It's not based on the time. It's not based on the location. It's not based on any of these things that we think it's based on. Because if you are an MC and you're able to pull words out of your environment that other people cannot, you're not. So you see, it ain't about, well, I'm in the perfect environment. No, you're in a perfect state of consciousness. The difference between a rapper and an MC is a conscious state. So not only are you a master seer, your ability to pull words out of your atmosphere that other people simply cannot access, you are also the master builder. That means you know how to build flows. Meaning you know how to mathematically attack the track. Because we know with music, you have to be mathematical. You have to stay in pocket. You have to flow. You can't just be on your own time. You have to adapt with the timing of the instrumental. And not only do you have to have correct timing, you have to also deliver it with energy. So you need energy or delivery and flow. That's the master builder. You have to build the track, ad libs and all that. You got the main track, you got the backgrounds, you got the ad libs. All that is master building. That's engineering. But you see, most rappers ain't engineers. So you see, most rappers have never made it past the master seer. Because most rappers don't know how to create their own music. You still got to call another person in. Because that's being a master builder. Then after that master builder, you have to be the master teacher. So not only can you pull words out of the atmosphere that other people can't, and attack the track with your engineering ability, now being the master teacher, you're actually teaching with your lyrics. And not just teaching directly, it's an indirect teaching. So you're not teaching like, okay, well, 1 + 1 = 2. You're not speaking like that. You're not being direct, you're being more so indirect. You may make references to things that people have to research on their own time. So you're not just rhyming, you're teaching. That's, people like the rock hymns, the KRS ones, right? Then you go to the final degree, the master healer. So now you're not just teaching on the track. Now the music actually heals. So you see, this is very advanced. People try to make this shit simple, like anybody can get on the record and rap. I guess anybody could get on a record and rap. If you have a good engineer, I guess a good engineer can make anybody sound good. So I'm not saying that that's not possible. But an engineer can't make a master teacher. And an engineer can't make a master healer. Because when you're dealing with the healing frequencies or hertz, now you create the music based on certain hertz. 528 hertz, 432 hertz. Now your music is within certain frequencies. Because we know the mainstream uses 441 hertz. That's why the music's like, I can't even listen to music really, unfortunately, because it's in 441 hertz. I gotta download the track and convert it into 432 or convert it into a different hertz to even be able to vibe with it. That's just how significant it is. Now, I didn't realize there was a difference at first until I started listening to more 432 hertz music. And I'm like, damn, this is a huge difference. Now the music is actually healing because you're operating within certain healing frequencies. So your music is within certain healing frequencies. That's what makes you a master healer, because you're doing this consciously. It's not by accident. You are consciously choosing and picking certain frequencies to place within your music because you know the effect that it will bring. So now you're not just spitting immaculate bars. Now the instrumentation is within certain frequencies that causes people to, now you're taking them on a journey with you. So it's one thing, when you're the teacher and you're teaching a class. There's another thing when you have an instrumental to go with your words, because that instrumental now puts the student's conscious state in the same place as yours. So now it becomes a collective. That's when people sing along to your rhymes. Now they sing along. Now they with you. Now it's one. Now we're operating as one consciousness. Because the music or the instrumental is what connects the people. It ain't even the words. It's not the words that connect the people. It's the frequencies. Because you can be speaking or spitting the most immaculate bars. If you take the beat away, it's not hitting the same. Those frequencies matter. Because that's what brings the people together. It's not your words that brings people together. It's the frequencies. So when your words match the frequency in which you are creating, now to the point where now you're giving people words to repeat. So not only do you have a fire beat, now the words are repeatable because you're teaching. Now people want to hit the repeat. Like, damn, I need to hear that shit again. And I'm just using hip hop, but this can be applied to anything. I'm just using rap and hip hop as an example, but this can be applied to anything. Because we see this is happening anyway. This is already happening. We already have MCs. We just really don't know who they are. Until you know. You don't know till you know. You probably got to go through 100 rappers before you find one MC. It may be 1,000, honestly. For every 100 artists, or for every 100 rappers, there's one MC. For every 1,000 rappers, there's probably one MC. But the thing is, you don't need that many of them. That's the good thing about it. You don't need a world full of MCs. You can have a world full of rappers and just a handful of MCs, and they have the same power level. You see how that works? Because if we're dealing with consciousness, that means MCs have a stronger consciousness. So you don't need as many. I'm all over the place with this shit. You don't need as many of them because of the power that they possess. It don't need to be that many of them. You can have 100 mentalists and 1,000 non-mentalists, and those 1,000 mentalists, well, those 100 mentalists versus those 1,000 non-mentalists, those 100 is going to overpower those 1,000. Just with words alone. We didn't even talk about actions, just words alone. Just words. What do y'all think I have the beat playing in the background right now? What do you think I'm playing that beat? You think, oh, that's random. Let me just play this. Because it's in reverse. For those who didn't realize. That's on purpose. Hold on. Let me turn it up. Just in case you... Because I just want to show show and prove that I'm actually putting these things into operation here, not just running my mouth. Hold on. Let me turn this up a bit. So I do that for a reason. Now, yes, I could have played this shit normally, but it wouldn't hit the same. What do I mean by that? Let me show you. I'll show you. God damn it. Let me show you how this would sound regular. Hold on. Let me get the beat. Oh, we gotta go behind the scenes, huh? All right, then. We're gonna do what we have to do to show and prove the reality of this. Let me see. Let me find the beat. Here it is. All right, let me let you hear this regular. And let me show you how much I had to do in order for it to sound the way it sounds now. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. All right, here it is. Here's how it sounds regular. I'm not saying it's a bad instrumental, but this is it regular. Here we go. So you see, not a bad instrumental at all. Pretty good beat. Pretty nice. Got a nice little vibe to it. Right? How could people just playing that shit in the background, right? However, I wanted to add. What's up, Dank Wizard? What's up, homie? What's up, homie? 93. So you see, yeah, sound, nice little decent beat. I have no complaints about it. Pretty good. Got a little jump to it, no problem. Now, let me go back. And just let me show you how deep I had to go to get, hold on. So let me take all the effects off. Let me take all the effects off. Let me show you. All right. Here we go. So now I'm gonna add my twist. So just letting people know this is the twist I added to it. To change the hertz, to change the frequencies. So just listen. So listen very carefully with your ears. Listen very carefully. So we see, hold on, turn it down a bit. So we see how radically different that sounds. Just with that alone. Now when I add the final piece, so as you see, what just sounds like a instrumental I just grabbed off the internet somewhere, I had to apply my own alchemy. Yeah, look at you, Dank Wizard. Slow down, reverb, and reverse sounds give it a different effect. So you got the whole alchemy. Well, that's why they call you Dank Wizard, right? That's why you're called Dank Wizard. You just broke it all the way down, didn't you? That's why they call you Dank Wizard, right? So yes, as you see, I had to go through a process in order to get it to the hertz that I am looking for to bring about a certain vibe. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I had to go through before I even hit the record button. I'm like, okay, I need to adjust the frequencies and the hertz to match what I'm trying to convey, which is not always easy to do. Let me do it with a different beat. We've been listening to this beat 3 hours. Let me show you how it sounds with a different beat. Let me just show you some alchemy in real time. Why not? Cause I've been running my mouth. So let me actually show this in real time. So all right, let me see. I'll use a different beat, and we'll see how it changes. So give me a second here. So I'm gonna stop that. Let me go to this one. Let me see. Fine, yeah. Let's just keep it simple. So I'm gonna go to this one. Let's see how it sounds. All right, so we see it. Well, we heard it. Pretty nice. No complaints. All right. I have to start playing around with music. I love that. Absolutely. Just showing and proving, right? That's what I'm here to do. So I'm just showing and proving. This is how you do this shit. So that you can create the frequency that you're trying to open up versus whatever frequency someone else is trying to open up. Because there's a lot of music in the public domain. So just in case you're a person that doesn't necessarily make your own music, there's a lot of music in the public domain. Even Beethoven and shit, right? There's music you can go all the way to. You don't even got to deal with hip hop. You can go to classical music. You can go to Beethoven, Mozart. You can go to any type of classical music and you can alter it. and make it sound completely different. That was a good feeling. Yeah, it's a nice little beat. Okay, so let me add my little twist to what we just heard. So I'm gonna play exactly the same beat we just heard, and so let me show you when I add my alchemy to it. Let's see what it does for it. All right, so let me go back. Let me take off all the effects and just listen carefully. Yeah, because who else is going to show you this, right? Who else is going to show you this? So listen up closely. All right. Final piece. So yeah, you saw it sound a little slower, a little reverb. Cool. Now let's put the final piece to it. Let's put the final piece, and we'll see. All right. So let's see how it sounds now. So we see. Major difference. Major difference. But this is what we have to do. Like, these are the levels that we have to open up. We can't leave that in the hand of a producer or the hands of an engineer to make something mystical and make something magical and make those frequencies pop out the way that they pop out. It's not easy making a reversed track sound good. Good enough to the point where you can actually rap over it. It's not easy to do that. So just making that, like, you try to reverse any beat just by itself is not going to necessarily sound better than the original. So it takes several steps to get a reverse beat to sound not so reverse and to make it sound pleasant to the ears, which is the goal. And I'm saying all that because that's what drill is. Drill has a sample most likely that's reversed. So that's why when you hear the drill beats, a lot of those samples and those beats are reversed. Some people may have noticed it, some people may not have noticed it. So what I'm saying is, whenever you're doing something like that, it's not necessarily easy to do, to make it sound clean, to make it sound just not harsh to the ears. This is the same thing you have to do with ASMR content. For those who know about ASMR, you're taking sounds and making them sound pleasant. You're taking pure sounds and making them sound pleasant to the ears. Something that probably wouldn't sound pleasant to the ears, you're making it sound pleasant to the ears. It's probably not pleasant. Somebody just, it's all type of ASMR sounds. I don't know, like a fucking toothbrush. Somebody just playing with the bristles of a toothbrush probably doesn't sound that pleasant to you. Someone just pressing on the bristles of a toothbrush. But with some engineering, a sound that isn't pleasant to begin with can be made to sound pleasant with a little alchemy. With a little alchemy that we call editing, video editing and sound editing, something that was once not so pleasant becomes pleasant to hear with a little alchemy. Which gives us the ability to open up portals that even the original creator or producer could not open up. Which is the goal. Because, just because we find a nice instrumental or nice music online, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the frequency you want to hear it in. Some people like listening to slow down beats or slow down music, music that's reverbed, music that's chopped and screwed. Some people prefer that. It just sounds better to them, while some people prefer faster music. So that's actually, let me do that, because I've been slowing the music down. But let's see what happens if I speed the music up and I do the same process that I've been doing, but let me do it when the beat is moving faster versus when the beat is moving slower. So let's see what result that would produce. So let me stop this and let's conduct this experiment. All right, so let's see. So let me choose a different beat here. Let's see what we got. Sure, we'll play this one. So listen carefully. So we see, pretty nice beat, right? Pretty nice beat. Now let's speed it up this time and add the alchemy. See, now I'm just going to master healer, right? I done ran my mouth for 3 fucking hours. So now we're just going into some healing. That's all this is. But showing you how you can take something that on the surface is destructive. You can say, well, drill doesn't necessarily promote you to say constructive things. Yeah, this is a hard beat. See, I'm not lying about that. Pretty decent beats. Like, all these beats are pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie. But let's bring out some further frequencies. I'll just call them further frequencies. Let's further the frequencies, right? So we're going to speed it up. So just listen with your ears. So I'm going to speed it up and reverb, reverse. I'm going to do all those things. It made you start. I get it. Them drill beats, though. I ain't going to lie. Those drill beats, but it's because it's the way they're made. But again, let me go. Let me do it. So let me add let me twist my little knobs, and we're going to see what we can do with it. All right. So let me take off all the effects, and we'll see what we can do with it. So I'll stop that. Now let's do it again, but we're going to do it a little faster. All right. So I'm seeing here that when it's sped up, it doesn't sound as good, right? It's not sounding as hard as it's slowed down. So now I have to actually apply a different technique. All right. So you see, if I'm going to actually speed the beat up, I can't apply the same effects that I applied when the beat was slowed down. Because it sounds okay, but you can't say like, oh, that sounds better than the original. And I can't say that. So we have to try a different technique. So that's what we're going to do. So let's see if we can get this beat to sound different. And again, I'm just doing this all in real time. This was not necessarily planned. But let's see if we can make the best out of it. So can we get this to sound decent to the point where you would want to freestyle to it like you would the original? So you see we have to apply some alchemy. So let's see if we can get it there. Let's see if we can get it there. All right, let's see. Let's listen. So really this becomes a matter of finding what I would call the secret percentage. What percentage? Damn, it's like what I'm thinking and what I should be saying is crazy. Like it's like what the fuck. This is having an effect on me, cause oh wait a minute. The thought that came to my mind was, I'm like, what do I have to do to bring the devil out? This is what my mind is thinking. I'm like, oh, okay, this is influencing me. I'm like, why am I thinking that? But this is what's coming to my mind. I'm hearing things. Like, what do I have to do to bring the devil out? I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. Let me just say it then. That wasn't the intent. Okay, let's go. And we'll wrap this up around 4 hours, so about 13 more minutes and we'll stop it. So we're not going to spend too much time on this. Just giving some examples here. All right, let's go. Let's see if I can find this secret percentage. All right. It's probably because, like the drill beats are pretty fast to begin with. So let me see. I may just need to slow it down slightly. So yeah, let's see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. So let me pull it all the way down here. All right. All right. No, that sounds very devilish. That sounds devilish. But the beat is kind of dark to begin with. So hold on. That beat was dark as fuck, just to begin with. So let me do something lighthearted, right? So we end it off. Let me make, yeah. I got something for y'all. Let's try this one out. Let's see what this one does. So here is it normal. Right, music sounds pretty angelic, right? Sounds pretty angelic. Now let's see what those demons do though. We see what those angels do. Let's see what those demons do though. Right? Let's see what those demons do. Yeah, exactly. Very uplifting. Yep, those angels are speaking. Let's see if we can bring them demons out though. Let's see what we come up with. Alright. Let's try that on this side. And yeah, it is about finding that secret spot. Alright, excuse me for that. Alright. So as we say here, whole different feel, whole different feel. Brings out those tingles. I can get ready. We'll drive to this version. Yeah, yep. Makes me feel chill. My partner said the same. Shout out to both of you. So we see. Yeah, this shit. Yeah, that shit hitting right there. Now, you can say only. Let me turn this down just slightly. Now, only an MC can ride to something like that. See, that's how you have to bring out your true skill. Like a rapper probably couldn't do nothing to this. Like, oh, that sounds pretty crazy. But an MC can completely reverse a beat, and y'all know where I'm going with that. Y'all know where I'm going with it. Alright, I'll do one more. Just give one last example here. Let's see. If y'all don't mind, of course. We'll do one more example. I appreciate everybody. 4 hours in, brought the morning in. Or the afternoon if you're on the East Coast. Or a whole different day if you're on the other side of the planet. But I appreciate everybody for tuning in and watching. I said we're going to do one last example here. So I appreciate y'all for cooling with me a couple hours here after the little hiatus. Well, that's why I wanted to bring, something a little extra. Bring a little extra to it. So give out a little something nice. All right, here we go. Take y'all a little bit behind the scenes. Okay, this is regular. Alright, so we see pretty nice beat. So just giving y'all a little taste in, the type of instrumentals I like, the type of instrumentals I listen to. Where I am musically, I would say. So, it's still kind of drill, but the feminine energy can be felt a lot more, you can say. So you can feel the feminine energy a lot more in the instruments. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the effects. Let's see what we can do with that. So one more time. Alright. So let's see what we do with it. So, I must admit, listening to that in reverse is like taking my mind, and it's like I can like visualize like myself in all types of places. The visualization is like easier. That's what I noticed. Like as I was just listening to it, I'm like, oh, it's just easy to project your consciousness into different places. Like it doesn't take as much effort versus, you know, when we listen to it regular. But it really, is it just that one in particular, or? Because I slowed this one down a little bit more than the other ones. Alright. Nonetheless, let's see. No, I said that was the last one. But I'm going to do another one. Just to verify. I'm going to do another one just to verify. Alright, here we go. And of course, this is regular. Alright. Alright, yeah, I can't even lie. That shit had me jumping. That's a nice one right there. That's a nice one. That's gonna be hard to beat. That's gonna have you getting up out your seat. Alright. It's gonna be hard to match that one. Alright, let's see what we can do. See what we can do with the alchemy. Let's see. So this one, that's very interesting. So this time it was, excuse me, this time it was more lyrics. Like lyrics started to flow. The other one, it was more, okay, I just want to, get up and bust some moves. But with the Alchemy, it's like I'm still thinking about busting the moves, but now I'm thinking about adding words to it in the visualizations. Very interesting. All right. Now let me twist it up backwards. See what that does. See what this does. This is very interesting. So when it's reversed, I find my mind more in active meditation. So before it was more so visualization, but when it was reversed, instead of visions coming to me or lyrics coming to me, because that's what happened naturally, it was more of a reception where I became more receptive. When it's reversed, it's like, okay, I actually can project my thoughts further. So instead of like visualizations, it's more like active thought. So if I was like contemplating something, trying to seek some type of solution or answer, it's like I can actually get to it quicker. I can get to a solution quicker. It's very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Let's try another one. Cause I didn't get that before. Like the other beats were more. Okay. So let me verify. Again, this is like a real-time experiment. Because the purpose of doing this is if we understand the power of frequency, which we're experimenting with. So you already have your beat or your instrumental, your music that you have created yourself or you obtained through the internet or some type of other means, once we understand we have the ability to shift the frequencies or the hertz of a thing, meaning a thing is not just what we think it is. Meaning when we hear, you can say our favorite song, that's just the song in a particular hertz, in a particular frequency. But that song has the ability to be played in different hertz and different frequencies, which will cause different reactions. Sometimes it will make you like the song even more. Sometimes not so much. It isn't a predetermined effect. It's something you experiment with in real time. So when you take the music you already have, whether it's on your phone, on your computer, you're taking music you already have. You're taking sounds in hertz or ASMR, whatever you're into. You're taking some type of sound, and then you just slightly tweak it in accordance to what you're trying to get from it. So I'm using the example of I'm taking one instrumental, and when I do one thing to it, it causes my mind to go in one direction. And when I do another thing to it, it starts to move in a different direction. We can just call it consciousness. So we start to see the connection between consciousness and frequency and hertz. That depending on whatever frequency or hertz are being occupied, it is influencing the consciousness. So the hertz or the frequency is influencing the consciousness. So just imagine then, if you are able to control whatever it is that you're trying to bring towards or to your consciousness, there is a way or there is a hertz that matches that particular thought. Whatever thought you're trying to go deeper into, whatever meditation you're trying to go deeper into, it matches a particular hertz. So essentially, whatever thought you're thinking, there's a certain hertz that matches the frequency of this particular thought. And when you're able to match the hertz with the thought, they synchronize very naturally instead of it being forced. They naturally blend in. So now it can become a sleep tool, a tool that helps you to sleep, a tool that helps you to get into meditation, or a tool that psychs you up if you need more energy. So now your favorite song is now doing more for you than what it was already doing. So your favorite song may hype you up, but now your favorite song can actually help you go to sleep, which you may not even have pondered that particular frequency being able to do. So that's why I'm showing these various examples of we have the base element, but that base element, once manipulated, it can serve different purposes depending on what conscious state you're trying to go deeper into. So let's do one more example here. Maybe I should try something, because I was thinking to try something with words, but once you reverse words, it sounds a little different. It may take away from the feel if there's words on top of the beat, so I'll leave it wordless for now, because that may add an extra element that we're not necessarily looking for here. Alright, so okay, so we're going to stop this. So I just want to verify here, because as I've been experimenting, I've been trying different things, so I didn't have any presettings, because again, I didn't plan on doing any of this, so I didn't have anything presetted. So all of these things that I'm trying out is being done in real time. So as I've been experimenting with these couple of beats we've been listening to, I'm like, oh, okay, I can maybe see where this can go a little over here and this can go a little over there. So with this final one, I'll be able to verify fully if it's something that is accurate across the board or just applied to that particular track. So I'll use this one. Let's see what this one is. Okay. And of course this is regular. Alright, let's add the alchemy, see what we can do with that. Again, pretty nice beat. Let's see what we can do with it. Alright, that's good. So now let me twist it up, see if that does anything. Alright, so this is pretty strange because I actually prefer the reverse version of this than the non-reverse. Alright, hold on. Because what I'm getting at is every frequency has a secret spot. So for the ones that didn't sound so good in reverse, I just may not have hit the particular. Let me verify. So this will be the final verification. So I'm gonna go outside of drill. I'll go outside of drill. This will be my final conclusion. All right. Let's see. Alright, so let's see. When we add the alchemy, can we make that a little better? Or will we take away from it? Let's find out. Alright, I like this one reversed better as well. That's very interesting. Yeah. I like, yeah. So the last two reversed. I'm liking though. All right, so I think I see what I need to do here. I think I see what I need to do here. All right. Okay. All right, let me try this one. Goodness. Let's try this one. Okay, regular. See what we can do with that. So as we know, the final message here is the purpose of doing this is a law of reversal. Secrets of all secrets is the law of reversal. And this is just a small verification of that. Because we see when we hear music played from left to right, you can say, frontwards, it stimulates, you can say, the animal soul. It makes you want to get up and dance and bob your head, all these things. But once that beat is reversed, and we don't hear much of this because, you know, most of the time when we hear music, words are already on top of the beats, so we don't really too much hear the pure beats. That's another reason why I wanted to play the pure beats. We don't really hear the pure beats too much. Because again, if it was words over this, it would probably be sounding crazy. It would completely distract from the essence. So when the instrumental is reversed, it doesn't necessarily trigger the animal soul no longer, or any longer. Instead, what we see is it triggers something a little more deeper or intimate. All right. Let's see what else we can, let's see. Yeah, we're still in here. Cause we're just doing a little healing session. We detoxing. Listening to it in reverse is a detox. Because you allow yourself to think very strange thoughts and strangely. Because you know that you can say the brain is used to the rhythm of music, and you're used to that beat nodding, and your brain pretty much already knows what to do. But when you reverse it, that's a new stimulation. And that new stimulation is a form of divination. That's why it's always been called devil worship and shit. Listening to music in reverse. There's something to that. So I'm not going to sit here and say there's something to that. It starts very strange things occur mentally. So that can either be a good or bad thing depending on your perception. But if you allow yourself to go into it, you will realize, oh, this does actually change the course of my thoughts compared to what we're used to hearing within the realm of music. We're still within this same realm of music. All we're doing is applying alchemy. And then that alchemy shows and proves the true power of music, the true power of sound is disguised because we're up bobbing, singing along, dancing to the music because it stimulates the animal soul. But in reverse, we're able to relax and get a feel of what's really occurring. And then it hits in a Completely different way. It's the same energy, but with alchemy applied, you see, now it generates a completely different experience. I'm stumbling over my words. All right. Yeah, again, I didn't plan on being here this long, but all this is done in real time, so that's why I'm like, oh, this is, if only it was pre-planned, right? Well, I think that's a real plane. Right, that's not a sound effect. Alright, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna do this one. Let me make sure I haven't played this one already. Yeah, I played that one already. Give me a second. Let me get one I haven't played yet. Yeah, this one should be fine. So immediately, you know, the beat of course has me head nodding, head bopping, right? It instantly stimulates the animal soul. Now let's apply some alchemy. Let's see what happens. All right. Let's see. As we can see, that shit hit different. That shit hit way different. And that's very surprising. Alright, one more. For real this time. Let's see. We'll do this one. That's something a little more harder. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Regular. Alright, let's apply the alchemy. And with that, the point has been made. All right, pretty much proven, right? Now, let's see what you do with it. 93, 93, 93.